Hallo, guten Abend. Wir spielen heute The Forgotten City und der Sasa ist schon im Chat und sagt, Tag auch. Ist aber nicht Tetris. Richtig, das hast du gut erkannt. Das ist nicht Tetris. Das ist auch gut so, dass es nicht Tetris ist. Nee, das ist ein Geheimtipp, habe ich so mitbekommen. Ein Time Loop Adventure. Eigentlich weiß ich vielmehr gar nicht noch gar nicht über das Ganze. Scheint aus 2021 zu sein, wenn ich dem Copyright glauben darf. Also so alt ist es auch noch gar nicht. Erstmal hier eine Nachricht an die Content Creators, da fühle ich mich mal angesprochen. Please help us avoid spoilers. Ich habe extra Spoiler dick in den Titel geschrieben. Ich habe dieses Spiel jetzt noch nicht angefangen. Ich bin nur einmal durch die Settings durchgegangen und habe geschaut, dass alles auf Epic steht und mal schauen, wie es läuft. Das ist leider auch wieder so ein Spiel, wenn ich da rausklicke, dann ist der Ton weg. Das heißt, da kann ich nicht mal nebenbei irgendwie hier, wie das gerade so läuft. Mal gucken. Also eben ist meine Auslastung auf 60%. Ich bin gespannt, wie es im Spiel wird. Also eine ehemalige Skyrim-Mod aus 2015, echt? Hast du vorhin gelesen? Ganz zufällig vorhin. Ich habe das Spiel neulich noch schon bevor Pokémon rauskam. Habe ich das relativ spontan gekauft, weil es in einem Steam Sale war. Da gab es das für, ich glaube, 18 Euro oder so. Ja, habe ich einfach mal zugeschlagen. Und hatte auch an anderen Stellen nachgefragt und es hieß nur, ja, definitiv ja, kaufen. Ich weiß aber auch, für Leute, die einfach nur daran interessiert sind, sich aber das jetzt nicht direkt kaufen wollen, es wäre auch im Xbox Game Pass for PC zurzeit drin. Das heißt, wenn man sich den holt, dann könnte man das auch, solange man diesen Game Pass hat, spielen. Und solange das Spiel natürlich im Game Pass drin ist. Aber ja. Ich habe es mir jetzt gekauft, weil es im Angebot war und dieser Game Pass. Die Auswahl an Spielen ist cool, aber mir gefällt es nicht, dass Spiele da wieder rausfallen, wenn ich ehrlich bin. Ich meine, er gibt Sinn bei diesem ganzen Abo-Format. Aber da hast du dann so eine. Ja, das war relativ cool eigentlich, dass du da im Prinzip die komplette Yakuza-Reihe dran hattest und plötzlich fehlt dir jetzt ein Yakuza-Spiel. Das heißt, wenn du darauf gesetzt hast, die ganze Yakuza-Reihe im Game Pass zu spielen, dann musst du das unter Zeitdruck machen. Oder generell, wenn du irgendwas darin spielen willst, musst du es immer unter Zeitdruck machen, weil du weißt nicht, wann es rausfliegen könnte. Und naja. Jedenfalls, ich habe mir das ja jetzt gekauft und wir fangen auch direkt mal an, würde ich sagen. Ich bin sehr gespannt, was uns hier erwartet. This game was developed by a core team of 3 people over 4 years. A mystery adventure with multiple endings. Nice. Thoughtful conversation and exploration. Sind das wir? Oder was?
Hey, you're alive. When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up.
Also
I
das
checked your
nicht wir,
pockets
okay.
for ID, a phone, maybe. I hope you don't mind. But all I found was some loose change. So, wanna tell me who you are?
Oh, das heißt, wir können uns jetzt hier unser Geschlecht aussuchen. Warum? Okay, wir sind scheinbar schon relativ alt, wenn ich der Haut glauben darf. Ah, wir können übrigens mit Controller spielen auch. Das ist ganz nice. Das habe ich eben auch erst gemerkt. Okay. Oh. Ich bin Wings Flare. Left choice
Well,
to continue.
it's nice to meet you. And I'm sorry to pry, but any idea why you were floating down the river? What's the last thing you remember?
Archaeologist. Years of studying history give you occasional insights into the ancient world. Covert mission as a soldier. You have a military-issued firearm, but only 10 bullets. You have to use them judiciously, since there's no way to get more. Fugitive? Your time on the run from authorities has made you quick on your feet. You're 25% faster when sprinting. But an amnesiac. A recent head trauma has increased your pain threshold, making you 50% harder to take down. Ich finde Archaeologist hört sich davon noch am interessantesten an. Im Hinblick auf die Tatsache, dass es ein Mystery Adventure sein soll. Schneller laufen, okay. Hat vielleicht auch was. Mit dem Takedown, keine Ahnung. Müsste auch ohne gehen. Das klingt wie etwas, auf das man verzichten kann. Genauso hier die Firearm. Wir wollen uns ja nicht durchballern. Wir wollen das ja taktisch lösen alles. Zaza ist einfach ein Zaza. Okay. Ich wähle mal den Archaeologist.
Oh, you're an archaeologist? Then you'll definitely want to hear this. I don't know if it's exactly what you're looking for, but there are some ruins just behind you.
Oh ja, hier hinter
Roman,
dem.
I think. I need you to go in there and see if you can find a guy named Al for me. He went in there a few hours ago, and he hasn't come out. I've been freaking out, wondering if he's trapped or injured or worse. I would have gone in after him, but he made me promise to stay here, no matter what. There's no way I'm leaving without him, so I'm just kind of stuck here, waiting. What I mean is, I was hoping you wouldn't mind going in there to find him? If you can do that, I can get both of you back to civilization in my boat. Please?
Also wir gehen da rein, riskieren unser Leben, kommen wahrscheinlich nie wieder raus, aber sie bietet uns ihr Boot an. Okay.
Oh, of course. Sorry, I don't mean to be pushy. What do you want to know?
Ich finde es interessant. Er heißt Al, aber man könnte es auch als AI lesen.
Oh, there's not much to tell. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Know what I mean? Oh, I'd rather not say if it's all the same to you.
Wow.
All right, fine. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
Sie will den Manager sprechen. Genau das. Ja, komm.
Yeah, something like that. But right now, I have bigger problems, like finding Al. He's the guy who washed up on the riverbank not long before you did. I thought maybe you two knew each other. I guess not. But maybe the two of you can piece together what you're doing here. In any case, you'll like him, I'm sure. Once you find him, that is. You really don't remember? We're in Italy. This river is the Tiber.
Oh, random Italy. Okay.
Not much, really. But imagine what you might find in there. Priceless ancient artifacts. Al.
Oh, könnte es da drin stimmen? Ja, okay. I don't trust that Karen person. Ja, ich bin auch sehr skeptisch.
What am I, an idiot? You could hike a long, long way in any direction and never find another soul. Trust me.
Mit der Maus nicht aus dem Fenster raus, was soll das denn? Dann verstecke ich sie mal unten rechts in der Ecke, da sieht man nur die Spitze.
Great. So you're ready to go look for Al?
I'm going in for the priceless artifacts, but I keep an eye out for him.
My hero. The entrance is just past those columns behind you. Oh, and he left this here. But I think you'll need it more than I will.
Flashlight. Heavy Duty Battery Powered Flashlight. Mal anmachen und direkt reingucken. Okay. Achso. Das R-Drag, das ist irgendwie komisch. Naja, egal. Yay. Ego-Perspektive. Naja, gut. Wow. Ist immer so oder war das einmalig?
The ruins are just beyond those columns. Please, hurry.
Also von der Auslastung her müsste es in Ordnung sein. Sonst muss ich wirklich mal schauen, ob ich das runterstellen muss, falls es irgendwie zu merklichen, nervigen Rucklern kommen sollte. Ey, die Flashlight macht 10% Auslastung. Das sieht besser aus. Oh Mann. Enter the Ruins. Ja, schon gemacht. Ich stehe davor, aber lass mal Spiel. Jetzt war zum Sprinten, okay, mache ich gleich mal. Sieht ja fancy aus mit dem... Das sieht aus, als wäre das Wasser gespalten, aber ich glaube, das soll tatsächlich einfach nur gewölbt sein. Ja, also hier sieht es aus, als könnte man da durchgucken. Vielleicht kann man das sogar auch irgendwie. Das ist komisch. Egal. Sprinten. Okay. Kann ich unendlich viel sprinten eigentlich? Seilwärts sprinten? Sicher, ob ich die Kamera noch umstellen muss, das hoch und runter. Aber, naja. Da ist dann ein Backpack. Full of worn hiking clothes and empty food packages. Nothing valuable here, but still it seems strange that Al left it behind. Dazu machen. So. Da kann man nicht gerade Notifications rein und haben ja was verdeckt. Hey. Read. Else note. If you're reading this, it means I discovered the entrance to an ancient Roman city hidden deep underground. Its existence is long forgotten, all knowledge of it lost, except the Latin inscription here. It reads, "You who wish to enter the city, step forth and be judged. The virtuous shall be rewarded with eternal life in paradise. The wicked shall find themselves showered in gold, but in vain, for this shall be their final resting place." Could an underground city have remained a secret for all this time? Could people have survived down there against the odds? It seems there is only one way to find out. If I'm not back in an hour, I'm somewhere on the other side. Consider this an invitation or a warning. Alworth. Oder Alworth?
If you're reading this, it means I've discovered the entrance to an ancient Roman city hidden deep underground.
Weil das hätte ich gar nicht.
Its existence is long forgotten, all knowledge of it lost, except in the Latin inscription here. It reads, "You who wish to enter the city, step forth and be judged. The virtuous shall be rewarded with eternal life in paradise. The wicked shall find themselves showered in gold, but in vain, for this shall be their final resting place." Could an underground city have remained a secret for all this time? Could people have survived down there, against the odds? It seems there's only one way to find out. If I'm not back in an hour, I'm somewhere on the other side. Consider this an invitation, or a warning. Al Worth.
Ah! Hey, blub. Ah. Erstmal ertrinken hier am Anfang des Spiels. Aber interesting. Jetzt einfach runter und bist dann in einer antiken Stadt. Woher wusste der denn, dass das eine Stadt ist, wenn der das da oben hingedingst hat? Okay, ich kann leider kein Latein. Eminis, Semper, Wiggelband? Always remember, they are watching. Ah, okay, das heißt, die Sachen können wir nur lesen, weil wir Archaeologists sind. Gut aussehen tut es ja. Aber es ist glatt besser ohne Flashlight, finde ich. Ich frage mich nur, woher dieses Licht hier kommt. Weil ist nicht so, als wäre da oben ein Loch in der Decke. Woman, a pose of lamentation. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. Roman gladiator mid-stride. What could have made a gladiator flee? Vor allen Dingen Gold. Statue. Das sind scheinbar tatsächlich Laderuckler. Okay. Das ist in Ordnung. Young Roman woman, it looks like she was begging for her life. Left is quick save. Hm. 9 ist quick load. Ja, ganz so quick ist es nicht geloadet, aber es funktioniert. Roman military commander attempting to scramble away from something. A Roman legionary in a state of terror. Roman woman appears to be praying for help that never came. Statue of an old man wearing a golden statue of an old man wearing modern clothing. This must be Al, but how is How is that possible?
To whoever reads this, I'm sorry you had to find me like this. And worse,
On tablet.
that you'll suffer the same fate I did. I've spent a lifetime in this place, going around and around in circles, searching for a way out.
Nehmen wir mal mit.
The inscription was right. There is no way back. And here there are only two options. Death, or that godforsaken doorway into the past. I made the mistake of stepping through it. I wanted to set things right. And I tried. I really tried. Whatever I did, it took me right back to the beginning. Don't make the same mistake. Better to end it all now. And find out what awaits you beyond that portal.
Young woman in state of panic. Oh, sie kann auch meine Sprache whispern. Ich konnte das Spiel übrigens auch auf Deutsch einstellen, aber ich habe Englisch gewählt. Ich hoffe, das ist in Ordnung. Also, Sprachausgabe wäre eh Englisch. Woman man on his knees as if begging his gods for mercy. Nein. Oh, Photo Mode. Das braucht auch jedes moderne Spiel, ne? Zählt Pokémon irgendwie noch. Relief kann ich inspekten. Ich dachte, das kann mir hier einen Apfel nehmen oder was auch immer das ist. Ein Kaki oder so? Keine Ahnung. Roman Relief oder Relief, ich weiß nicht, wie man es im Englischen ausspricht, depicting a great circular portal and two women. I wonder who they could be. Granatapfel sind das. Granatäpfel sind lecker, aber die kriegt man doof auf, ne? Die sind ja irgendwie... Man will dann ja an diese kleinen, ja, ich sag mal Kerne, die innen drin sind.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina?
Serpent, I'm Windflare. Nice to meet you. Come from the future. Man, I speak in English? I'm Windflare, I got lost.
Yeah, you know, agricultural goddess of springtime? You're not from around here, are you? Oh, I see what you did there. Changing the subject like that. Nice try. But I'll ask again. Who are you? And what were you doing in the shrine?
Mich wirklich interessiert.
No idea what you're talking about. Oh, wait. Are you a bit, you know, not right in the head? That's all right, friend. Everyone's welcome here. But listen, most folks seem a bit confused when they get here, but you seem very lost, and in more ways than one. So let me make this nice and simple for you. Live by our law here, and we'll all get along just fine. Not laws, law. There's just one, the golden rule, and the punishment for breaking it's, well, it's kind of horrific. But our magistrate insists we take all newcomers to see him, so I guess I'll let him fill you in. So then, you coming? Follow me. When I first arrived, I couldn't believe there were people living down here. But, as you can see, we've got a nice little community now.
Oh, autofollow. Nice.
Only 23 of us at the moment, if you count the 3 who are missing. No idea how, since nobody knows a way out. But it's just big and dark enough to get lost in, if you're not careful.
Aren't you going to introduce me to your handsome new friend, Galerius?
Keep it in your loincloth, Aurelia. I'm taking him to see the magistrate.
That pompous old bore won't be magistrate for much longer. Anyone who helps vote him out today drinks at my bar for free tonight.
Politics. I'd stay clear of it and her if I were you. She's... it's not my place to say. Down on your right is our farm, where I grow all the food you'll ever want. As long as all you want is leek, cabbage, and wheat. Huh. That one usually gets a chuckle.
The blood
Oh Mann,
shadows
ich hab tatsächlich
wander
gechuckelt.
without flesh or bone.
Don't mind Livia. She means well. She's just been in a bad place since... Well, you know, I don't know what happened to her. Up here on your right is the chasm. If you've got a weapon, it belongs way down at the bottom. Up on your left is the forum, where you can visit the market or get yourself patched up in Lucretia's clinic in the Shrine of Apollo. Most of us have almost nothing, just what we had on us when we arrived, and what we've been able to make and scrounge up since. And this central plateau is where the magistrate and the other patricians live, so don't expect a warm welcome.
Galerius, you're meant to be working the farm, not trudging dirt into the villas.
Take it easy, Horatius. I was just taking our new friend here to see the magistrate.
Well, he's asked me to escort the newcomer personally. The farm. Go. Now.
You'd better go with him. But just remember, they're not like you and me. Don't let them use you.
What was that? What did you just say?
Was
I
ist an
said
ihm denn
it'll take
anders?
some getting used to.
Yeah, I'm watching you, farm boy. Greetings, citizen. My name's Horatius. Magistrate Sentius asked me to escort you to him personally. Follow me, please.
Kann sehen, was an Skyrim genutzt wurde. Ich habe Skyrim nie gespielt, wenn ich ehrlich bin. Dementsprechend bin ich da nicht so drin. Aber Skyrim ist doch eigentlich schon zu alt, um so gut auszusehen, oder? Außer mit Mods natürlich.
Follow me. The only thing you really need to understand right now is the Golden Rule. Let me see if I can explain it this way. When I was serving in the Legion, if there was a mutiny brewing in one cohort, the legate in charge wouldn't waste time finding the bad apples among hundreds. They just divided us into groups of 10, made us draw straws, and whoever drew the short straw had to be executed by the other 9. Didn't matter whether he'd done anything wrong. One of us in 10 would die for the crimes of the collective. We call it decimation. If that seems like rough justice to you, you're in for a rude shock. Because the Golden Rule is exactly 10 times worse. The magistrate can explain the rest. Who's up these stairs?
Oh, hallo.
Whatever are you wearing?
We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name? A curious name to match a curious accent. But I digress. I see you have the piercing and astute eyes of a man of great learning. We're always happy to welcome another scholar to our little community. Equitia will be delighted to meet you, I'm sure. Now, you're probably wondering why I summoned you, and I'll get to that. But first, take a look at this wondrous place, would you? A secret city built deep in the mountains, many hundreds of years ago. Indeed. More importantly, consider the miraculous community we've built here over the last 7 months. 22 complete strangers brought together by the fates, living and working together in our own little paradise. And in all that time, not a single sin has been committed. No fights, no theft, nothing. Have you ever witnessed something so extraordinary as a city without sin? Nor could I until I came here. But the reason for this miracle is as simple as it is terrifying. If even one person commits a sin here, every last one of us will die. You see, the builders of this place, whoever they were, left inscriptions warning, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one." From what we can gather, breaking the law here will anger the gods and provoke a terrible punishment. Like the curses of Medusa and Midas combined, turning us all to gold. We've come to call it the Golden Rule. It's extraordinary that we've survived as long as we have, and each day I grow more and more afraid that our time in the sun is almost up.
Woher wissen Sie, dass
Now
alle
it
sterben?
seems that day is finally here.
Gute Frage.
All that matters is that somebody in this city is about to break the Golden Rule. Why else would Proserpina send you now? Unless you and I can stop them, our doom is assured. I know that's a lot to take in, and you look like you have questions. Please, ask away.
Sin here? These questions will be available later erstmal. Okay, what counts as a sin here? What did you mean when you said Proserpina sent me? Why can't you investigate? Do you have any suspects? If I do this, will your help get me back to my own time? I don't have any questions right now. Okay, das Oberste ist, glaube ich, erstmal relativ wichtig, damit wir nicht alle aus Versehen töten.
An intelligent question. There was a good deal of debate about that in our first weeks here. Does it refer to crimes or to some other ill-defined wrong? Of course, everyone agrees on the basics. No theft, no assault, and certainly no murder. But beyond that, it was more difficult to reach a consensus. What about lying, insulting someone, blasphemy, trespass, trying to escape, bribery, infidelity, suicide? As magistrate, I had to exercise leadership, and so I made a decision. We must uphold the laws of the Empire to a standard never before seen. And we must honor the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome. It is only by offering the gods the proper respect that we may prosper, as Rome has for centuries.
Ja, okay. Wenn du, ja. Also die Götter, die dieser Golden Rule hier eingeführt haben, wie auch immer die Leute wissen, dass sie dann alle sterben werden, was du ja schon fragtest, die haben vielleicht eine andere Auffassung von einer Sünde als die Menschen, die davon betroffen sind. Aber an sich ist das kein schlechter Anfang, aus Mangel an Optionen einfach zu sagen, okay, wir halten uns an die Gesetze, die wir haben, und alles darüber hinaus ist eine Sünde. Makes sense to me, oder? I'm not sure if that's a good idea. What is legal isn't always normal. Many of your laws and customs are considered barbaric where I'm from. Ja. Nee, makes sense to me. Das andere stimmt zwar auch, aber...
things to remember are that we have laws forbidding treason and blasphemy, murder, assault, and rape, as well as theft and arson and so on. I have made my pronouncement on the subject. Unfortunately, there are still those here who resist, whispering blasphemous and treasonous lies in the shadows. I would
wir noch alle
keep a
leben?
close eye on them if I were you. You see, in my search for a way to save my people, I learned of an ancient ritual to Proserpina, the goddess of the cycle of life and
It's said to open a doorway in time, so that if the unthinkable happens, one person can pass through it and travel back to the past. And when I saw you arrive in a flash of light from the goddess's shrine, I knew that person was you. You don't belong in our time, do you?
Halt die Frage, wenn ich jetzt lügen würde ich dann alle töten? Wenn es schon Blasphemie gibt, dann können wir das ja ignorieren. Ja, denke ich auch, ne? Damit ist ja schon mal ausgeschlossen, dass Blasphemie dazu führt, dass alle sterben, weil sonst wären ja schon alle tot.
2000 years? That is unfathomable. Please tell me, in your time, what did you see? What had become of us? Of this city?
Gerne wird bei sowas ja auch immer, also bei solchen Szenarien suggeriert, dass du in der Zeit gereist bist, aber du bist eigentlich im Raum gereist. Was uns wieder zurück zu Pokémon bringt, ne? Aber, ja, da wird dir vorgemacht, dass du jetzt quasi in einer anderen Zeit bist, aber bist du wirklich einfach nur an einem Ort, wo so gelebt wird wie in einer anderen Zeit. Und da ist keine Ahnung, dass das parallel existiert. Zur selben Zeit.
I have imagined it, our downfall, 1,000 times. But it still breaks my heart to hear the truth of it. All I can tell you is that it's a ritual sacrifice to Proserpina. I stumbled across instructions. I have to recite a prayer, and of course, as with all rituals, some sacrifice is involved. Usually that means wine or food, or in some cases a live animal. In this case, the sacrifice is rather more costly. The life of the person performing the ritual.
Ach so.
I don't suppose you saw any sign of me in the future? I assume that was me. If I'm forced to perform the ritual, it's going to cost me everything. You'll try to make sure I don't need to use it, won't you?
Aber ist ein Ritual mit einem Opfer nicht auch irgendwo zwischen Mord und Selbstmord? Nur weil es einen Grund dafür gibt, macht das ja nicht gleich okay.
Well, I suppose that's all I can ask for.
Kann ja nicht nur Zeit oder Raum sein, sondern beides unterschiedlich. Ja, kann auch sein natürlich.
Well, I believe you're in the best position to go around asking people questions. You're new here, and it'll seem perfectly normal. As for me, well, it pains me to say my attempts to impose order have not earned me many friends. I fear I may not even remain magistrate after today's election. The people here would only treat my curiosity with suspicion. You shouldn't have that problem, though, unless, of course, you get off on the wrong foot.
Findet er, also auch wenn er jetzt versucht, seine Gesetze hier durchzusetzen, was ja an sich kein schlechter Ansatz ist für so eine Situation, allein von der ganzen Gesichtsmimik und Redensart her und sowas würde ich ihn als sehr ehrlich und auch ruhig und besonnen einschätzen. Also niemanden, den man jetzt fürchten müsste. Da frage ich mich, was die Gesellschaft, die hier unten oder in dieser Zeit, wie auch immer, die hier existiert, wie die sich wieder verbogen hat, damit sie was gegen ihn hat.
Do you ever stare at a problem for so long that you can't see it for what it is anymore? What's needed here is a fresh pair of eyes. The less I prejudice the independence of your investigation, the better.
Okay.
If I understand Prosperna's ritual correctly, that problem should take care of itself. Let me see if I can explain. If you manage to prevent the sin that breaks the Golden Rule, I won't need to bring you here. I won't create the portal, and you will never have been able to come here.
Ja, dann haben wir ein
Thus,
Paradox.
you'll have created a paradox.
Hmm.
If this occurs, you should be flung back to your own time, having changed the past for all of us. Make sense?
Mhm. You should be. Mhm. Vielleicht stecke ich da noch ewig hier fest. Die Sache am Paradox ist ja, dass man nicht weiß, wie es dann weiterginge. Es kann auch sein, dass das komplette Raum-Zeit-Kontinuum. Heute habe ich nicht so mit Reden, ne? Dass das ganze Raum-Zeit-Kontinuum zusammenbricht und nichts mehr existiert. Einfach wegen diesem Paradox. Oder es bleibt alles wie es ist und läuft so weiter. Weil es die einfachste Lösung wäre.
Ah, good. So, are you with me? Can I count on you to figure out who's about to break the Golden Rule?
Wovor sollte man sich fürchten in einer Person? Einer macht was falsch und alle sind tot.
Wonderful.
Also
Now, I need you to investigate the city, talk to everyone, help them if it'll win their trust. I authorize you to enter private homes and inspect possessions and documents, unless, of course, you're asked to leave.
Achso.
Figure out who the culprit is, and as soon as you have a name, come back and tell me immediately.
Mit deiner eigenen Goldstatue gesehen? Ich weiß es nicht, ich weiß ja nicht, wie ich aussehe.
Oh, and one last thing. If I were you, I'd start my investigation by visiting Lucretia at the Shrine of Apollo in the Forum. I heard wailing from there not long ago. Seems like something's not right.
Mal schauen. Quests. Nein, hier könnte ich nur saven. Ist das mein Quicksave oder ist das irgendwann automatisch gesaved? Ich weiß es nicht. Wenn ich einen Quicksave mache, habe ich einen weiteren. Wenn ich den lade? Was wollen Sie mit dem Schuldigen tun? Ihn ermorden? Ja, das frage ich mich auch, wenn ich ehrlich bin. Ja, aber wieso ist dann mein Quicksave von vorhin weg gewesen? Oder, nee, das ist wahrscheinlich da noch, ne? Das heißt, wir haben ja auch noch ein... Ah, wir haben Autosaves, die sind da nicht mit aufgelistet. I see. Yeah, I see. Bin ich doch dafür, dass ich hier jetzt einmal manuellen Save mache. Dann bleibt es dabei. Eine Note. Summary Scintilla expresses gratitude to Sentius for adopting her. Scintilla to Sentius, a Jupiter Optimus Maximus, continue to protect and guide you. Thank you for making me your daughter, for the lovely birthday pendant. I promise. Da fehlt ein I, oder? I promise will wear it always. I feel so safe and fortunate to have you as my father and Santia as my sister. I sense you've been feeling apprehensive about the election next month, but if you can just show them the strong and dependable man I know you to be, you will be re-elected, I'm sure of it. Jetzt hier mal ein bisschen orientieren erstmal, ne? Was ist denn ein Lararium? A household shrine, where ancient Romans offered daily prayers for protection. Das ist ein kleiner Schrein, ist okay. Aber es ist niedlich. Ich meine, man kennt es aus asiatischen Kulturen, speziell Japan. Da haben sie auch überall Schreine und speziell auch, wenn sie den Toten gedenken, haben sie zu Hause auch immer so einen kleinen Schrein noch, ne? Das heißt, das Flüstern hört man von den goldenen Statuen? Okay. Und hier ranzoomen. So, das war der Achievement erstmal unlocked. Mit rechts und links kann ich auch einfach nur die. Okay. Nach unten. Oh. Hey. Das sieht ja fast aus wie. Ah. Wie Pixel Art. Oh. Default. Lass mal bei Default, ne? So eine Produce Bowl. These carrots are purple. As they were before modern orange carrots were cultivated. Echt? Das wusste ich noch nicht. Karotten tatsächlich mal lila waren. Das stimmt. It's no doubt unpleasant cooking with such poor ventilation, but Romans probably regard that as their servants' problem. Oh ja, das macht bestimmt Spaß, in so einem kleinen Kabuff zu kochen. Chest. Oh, stehlen darf ich nicht. Sentia believes everyone is entitled to their secrets. The diary. Geil. Today my father suggested I write a diary as a way of keeping myself occupied while we all deal with the sudden and devastating disappearance of my sister. The dutiful daughter, of course I shall oblige. The following pages contain my innermost secrets. You're reading this, father. I may be young, but do not think me stupid. Kann ich das hier auch hier irgendwie? Nee, next page. Okay, nach rechts. Ah! Okay. Cool. So. Er hat mir einfach weiter gescrollt. Literally. Wahrscheinlich kommt daher auch der Ausdruck Scrolling. Das ist Ares. Okay, Ares ist ein griechischer Kriegsgott, aber in Rom war es Mars. Mobile containing a rudimentary perfume made from flowers and oil. Big jar. A jar containing some sort of powder for makeup. Brass has been pushed into a rudimentary mirror. Naja, so wirklich spiegeln tut er nicht, ne? Which has been used for applying makeup. Okay. Bin ich Photomode? Ich will eigentlich, also kann mich auch ducken. Das ist ja auch mal was. Ich hatte gehofft, ich könnte irgendwo einstellen, welches Quest ich verfolge, weil ich das hier abgelehnt habe, dass ich ein Quest-Tracking habe an der einen Stelle. Und wie viel waren das? 20? Nein. 15.
Citizen?
Vielleicht kannst du mir noch mal sagen, wo ich hin soll.
Ah, you've returned. Do you have any news about your investigation? Thank you. I'll be waiting here for news.
Diebstahl wirklich verboten oder nur dabei erwischt werden? Können sie ausprobieren, aber ich habe keine Ahnung, was dann passiert. Naja, okay. Let's try and find out. Komm. Search.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Now I did it. Ah, ich werde angegriffen. Hilfe. Geh weg. Toll gemacht, Sasa. Ui. Okay. Ah, jetzt ist das Zeittor wieder offen. Und da haben wir unsere Time Loop-Geschichte auch. Das heißt, jedes Mal, wenn jetzt jemand eine Sin committet und alle sterben, habe ich die Möglichkeit, in das Zeitportal wieder reinzukommen. Und alles geht von vorne los.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and... I don't think so. I've never seen you before in my life.
Gut, also Diebstahl ist schon mal eine Sin.
Oh, Bacchus, how much did I drink last night? Sorry to have bothered you.
Ja, thanks.
Oh, and since you seem to be in a hurry, you should try out this device I made. Worked real hard on it.
Ein Device. Was ist denn für ein Device? Oh. Wooden Zipline Handlebar.
Just attach the pulley to the rope over the lake and hang on to the handles. If it works, it'll be faster than walking. And if it doesn't work, worst thing that can happen is you'll take a swim in the lake. I haven't quite summoned the courage to test it myself. But don't worry, it's completely safe. Probably.
Probably.
All right. See you around.
Interesting. Zum Glück habe ich den Weg zurückgefunden. Oh Gott. Dann gehen wir doch noch mal dorthin. Ein Umweg gelaufen eigentlich oder war hier zu? Umweg gelaufen, oder?
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you? What is it, citizen? All right.
Muss jetzt nicht mehr mit dem reden? Erinnert er sich? Oder was?
We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name?
Okay, dann weißt du von der Zeitreise, ja?
We have? Wait, if I understand correctly, someone is about to break the golden rule, forcing me to create a portal in time
Okay. Ja, okay.
to bring you here.
Wenn er das Portal... Okay, er öffnet das Portal, opfert sich dafür. Aber dadurch, dass wir in der Zeit zurückreisen, ist er jetzt wieder vor der Opferung, vor der Portal öffnen. Oh, okay, Swim in the Lake. So wie du angekommen bist also.
If so,
Meinst du, das ist der Weg zurück? Oh, I broke it.
you broke it. Why in Pluto's name would you do that?
Genau das.
You just wanted... What is wrong with you? Do you fancy yourself as mortar, holding the threads of our fate in your hands? Look, it's unfortunate, but all that matters now is that you make use of what you've learned and gathered and do better next time.
Das erklärt oder beantwortet vielleicht auch deine Frage. Sie wissen, dass sie alle sterben werden. Weil Zeitreise. Schon mal erlebt.
Thank you. I'll be waiting here for news.
Okay. Okay, okay.
Ugh, this place has become a thoroughfare.
Was hast du denn?
I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here. What do you want? I'm Sentia, eldest daughter of the magistrate. But you'd know that if you'd been invited in here and introduced properly. What are you doing in here? And why are you dressed like that? I trust you can see yourself out.
Okay. Ja, so fragst du, die Freundin Dreh halten, bringt uns hier Müll, wa? Hier ist so ein kleiner Ruckler und ich weiß nicht warum. In der Auslastung liegt es nicht.
Citizen?
Hello.
Hey Horatius, how's it feel knowing your man's doomed to lose the election today?
If you're trying to goad me into an argument, it won't work. I'm a stoic, remember?
If the old man couldn't even keep his own daughter safe, how can anyone trust him to keep us safe, eh?
Why do I get the feeling you lot had something to do with Centilla's disappearance?
That's it. Blame everyone but yourself.
If I find out you did something to that poor sweet girl, not even the Golden Rule is gonna protect you. Got it?
As if I'll be afraid of you, little man.
Santias und Meleolus. Okay. Same excrement, different smell. Ja, ein Glück konnten wir das lesen.
Meleolus isn't receiving visitors at the moment. It being
Meleolus,
election
okay.
day.
Man spricht das als J aus, das doppelte L.
Listen, I don't abduct women. They come to me. And they keep coming back. If you know what I mean.
Okay.
Whatever. Just remember, I'll be watching.
Das ist ihr Bruder, ja?
What now? What business is that of yours? A lot of people have been looking for her. But it's been 3 weeks, and we've found nothing. What makes you think you can do better? No, it's not that. We all care for Centilla. She is, or was, a lovely young woman. But I learned long ago not to dwell on things beyond my control. Or to try not to, anyway. But I don't want to seem obstructive. If you have questions, ask away. Centilla was always a kind, well-behaved young woman. I admit, her disappearance really caught me off guard. If anyone knows something, I'd expect it to be Sentia, Malleolus, Claudia, or Domitius. But none of them will tell me anything. You might fare better though, I suppose. Fine. All right. Please keep an eye out for anything that might lead us to Scintilla.
Fürs Bluffen fände ich zu früh.
Are they?
Ein Grund für.
Oh, don't mind me. I just... Oh, look, you're back. How lucky for me. What is it now? I trust you can see yourself out.
Okay, mit ihr können wir gar nicht über ihre Schwester reden. Interessant.
Ah, you've returned. Do you have any news about your investigation? Ask then.
Also,
Good.
also die.
Now, was there something else you wanted to discuss? Thank you. I'll be waiting here for news.
Ist das hier gerade gar nicht. Kann ich denn hier... Resolution is unsupported. Das darf keine so bleiben. Ich kann nicht die Schatten unterstellen. Das kann nicht wieder. Ich hier Processing vielleicht. Hm. Das ist aber echt eine gute Perspektive, um ja die Settings mal zu testen. Vielleicht könnte ich hier eine Resolution Scale erstellen. Oh, nee, das stelle ich wieder hoch, definitiv. Das wäre total verschwommen. Texturen? Das sollte aber nichts machen. Ne. Mhm. Weiß es nicht. Das hilft alles nichts. Oh Mann. Wenn ich das nur auf High stelle. Nein, 90% Auslastung, ich weiß es nicht. Wie sieht es denn auf Low aus? Okay. Okay. Das sieht total weird aus. Aber es hilft der Auslastung immens. Das heißt, wir haben ein Setting. Das wird die Resolution Scale sein. Ja. Hm. Du. Oh, das hat tatsächlich geholfen. Das Processing könnte ich also runterstellen. Wie? Ne, jetzt muss ich von auf ganz runterstellen. Und dann kann ich es auch weglassen. Aber wenn es auf Epic ist, dann ist alles so ein bisschen blurry. Ich schau mal, ob ich im Pokémon einen Golden Windflare finde, wobei ich keine Shiny suche normalerweise. Was ist denn ein Windflare für dich? Was bin ich denn für ein Pokémon? Wenn ich das ausstelle, dann bewegt sich jetzt kaum noch was.
What now?
Vielleicht mag ich das sogar ein bisschen bisschen runtergestellt, zumindest auf High. Das ist weniger verschwommen alles. Gut. Nehmen wir das mal hin. Eine Lockdoor. Windflare. Erste Vermutung. Feuerflug. Flugfeuer. Ein Flugfeuer-Pokémon. In dem neuen jetzt. Gibt es da überhaupt eins? Gibt es generell irgendwie so wenig Flug-Pokémon zurzeit? Die meisten sind mit Käfer gepaart oder nur Flug. Wenn ich dann noch bedenke, du bist in der zweiten Areal? Fällt mir nichts ein. Hier ist eine Tür.
You're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you?
Maybe I am. Guess why? I wasn't, but now I am.
Contrary little cap at murder, aren't you? Nobody's told you about Hannibal? Ugh, why do I have to do everything round here? So, there was this guy called Hannibal, right? Funny accent. Used to go down into the cisterns looking for junk he could clean up and sell. One day, a few weeks back, he comes out and tells me the cisterns are haunted. Said he could hear spirits wailing. Of course, nobody believed him, because who trusts a Carthaginian, right? Anyway, a few days later, he goes back in. And hours go by, and he hasn't come back out, yeah? So I go down after him, and it's dark. But in the distance, I can just make out his body, sprawled out on the ground. And hunched over him was something that made my blood run cold. No word of a lie. I saw a creature. Like the corpse of a man who'd been flayed. And it was eating Hannibal. If it was a man, maybe. But I swear on my life this was no man. More like a Strix. Or some Versipelus that feeds on human flesh. I didn't stick around to see which. I know what I saw, alright? But if you reckon you're more fearless than a gladiator, don't let me stop you going down there. Just see what happens.
Siehst du auch wie... Wenn er spricht, wie der Helm so komisch wobbelt?
weapon? Well, it's your funeral.
Vielleicht kam es durch das Feuer noch dazu. Okay, dafür brauche ich eine Waffe angeblich. Oder das ist eine Lüge? Ich weiß nicht, ob Lügen eine Sünde ist. Was hast du denn gemacht? Nobody will ever know. Oh, schau mal. Was eine Tür. Kann man drunter durchgucken. Was ist das denn? Und sie ist locked. Wie gemein. Das heißt, man kann drunter durchgucken und nicht nur denken, was dahinter ist, aber kommt nicht dran.
Name's Rufius. Better watch your step. Whatever.
Hat er einen Kopf? Oder hat der Helm innen nur Augen als Textur auf der Rückseite? Oh Gott. Oh Gott. Du hast gestern Unlichtflug gefunden. Ja, okay. Das ist dann wahrscheinlich ein Kramurks. Circular loaf of bread, designed to be pulled apart into wedges. Appears to be freely available to anyone who wants it. Ist das sowas ist mal cool. Nicht so wie das bei uns ist hier. Wann ist das verloren gegangen? So eine Brotecke, die ich rausreißen kann. Stone mill. Looks like flour and grain are poured in from above and ground between the stones, as the handles are rotated. Ground als Präteritum von to grind.
How'd you do?
Hey, yo, wer bist du denn?
Salve, stranger, and welcome to our idyllic little slice of the Empire. I'm Dacius. Very well. Another time.
Ja. A locked chest and a shopping list. Things to buy once I've escaped. Okay, da wir escapen. Villa on the Aventine, Rome, 2-horse chariot, seat on the Senate. Der scheint aber echt Geld zu haben. 4-horse chariot. Villa on the Bay of Naples. 10-horse chariot. 12 slave girls, pale and plump. Captured Minerva, the Roman goddess of strategy. Wer whispert mich denn hier so an?
Wonder how much one of these statues is worth on the outside.
Ah, okay. Der liebe Herr will eine Goldstatue klauen und die verkaufen und sich davon alles Mögliche leisten.
Ah, a fellow traveler from a faraway land. Greetings, I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see another foreigner in our midst. We must stick together, you and I. And I must say, my sartorial friend, your clothing is most extraordinary. Leather boots in place of sandals, trousers with precise stitching, and such a curious design. I have traveled distant trade routes from the markets of Damascus to the farms of India, and never have I seen anyone dressed quite like you. Tell me, I must know, from which exotic part of the world do you hail?
From beyond the edge of the known world.
Is this a riddle, or perhaps you mean to say you feel like you are ahead of your time? I feel the same way. Another reason for us to stick together. We will have much time here to get to know one another. But for now, do you require assistance? I know you do not require clothing, so information perhaps?
Ihm traue ich auch nicht so ganz. Das ist so jemand, von dem ich mich fernhalten würde.
I hope that our paths cross again soon, my friend.
Dyes. For coloring clothing. These appear to have been extracted from plants and insects. Das stellt der Färbemittel her.
Greetings and salutations.
Sinner. Pekator. Okay. Dann konnte ich doch hier was anwählen. Was denn? Ach, da hinten. Bitte, do you really want to be responsible for the sin that destroys us all? Okay. Entweder ist er wirklich ein Sinner oder er wird gemobbt. Fire shovel made of bronze. Smells like ash. Hier drin ist echt schlimm. Motion Blur mal aus, vielleicht hilft das ja schon. Erstmal nicht. Hm? Mhm. Ich weiß nach und nach runter und schau, was passiert. Mhm. Mhm. Ah. Aber massiv. Okay. Bin ich zufrieden mit so. Die Flamme sieht aber gut aus. Besonders von weiter weg. Sieht so aus wie so ein Feuerball, der sich irgendwie immer so... Wo das Feuer quasi von unten nach oben diese Kugel formt. Etwas. Always remember they're watching. Your fearless had an orgy. Orgy? Orgy hört sich zu niedlich an. Orgy. With 4 girls here and disappointed all of them equally. Okay. Ist das hier die Zipline, die ich benutzen kann? Nee, ne? Sagte irgendwas von... Doch, hier, die könnte ich benutzen. Was denn hier? Hallo.
You again.
Heute spielt Windflare Grafikeinstellungen The Forgotten City Edition. Pretty much.
Whatever.
Ja, whatever. Thank you. Ein Coin Pouch nehmen. bucket. Looks like the owner dropped it while fetching water and tragically never picked it up again. Mountain producing, oops, fresh water. But where could the water be coming from? Ja, Rufius ist ja in Ordnung. Da eine old chest. Seek a bow. I'm locking myself in. Don't try to follow me. Nothing good will come of it. Nevia. Es ist ja schön, dass wir diese ganzen Quests hier kriegen, aber ich hätte gerne mal eine Übersicht. Ein Menü, irgendwas. Oh, Dreieck. Quest-Tracking-Tipp. Okay. Ein Inventory haben wir sogar auch. Leads. Okay. So, the golden rule. Figure out who's most likely to break the golden rule in inform censures. Okay. Point of origin. Create a time paradox. Back highlighted quest. Das ist doch mal was. Halt, was war da? War da noch? Ah, complete. Das, was niemandem gehört, darf ich mir nehmen. Das ist doch schön. Der Tempel von Apollo überhaupt. Ach, das ist der da unten. Das ist ein Schrein, kein Tempel, sorry. War denn eben meine Zipline, die ich nehmen konnte? Kam ich denn hoch? Oh Gott! Diese hier. Die wollte ich nochmal nehmen. Hinaus. Heißt, durch die Augen der goldenen Statuen werden wir beobachtet. Von einem Gott? Heißt das, wenn wir eine Sünde begehen und keine goldene Statue in der Nähe ist, um es zu sehen? Kommen wir damit davon? Der Diebstahl. Inkjar. An anonymous friend to Octavia. May the Lord bless and keep you. I'm sorry I could not risk discussing this with you in person, but if I am right, then you are a believer like me. You may not be able to worship openly here, but know that you are not alone. If you ever feel like you need somewhere to pray, there's a special place waiting for you deep in the caves behind the theater. Turn right at the first fork and then again at the second. So viele Informationen, das kann ich mir niemals alles merken. Auch Strategy, auch Minerva. Hatte doch da einer Dieses Haus ist das. Na gut.
Keep an
Isn't
eye
a
out for
great
Scintilla, would
keeping
you?
an eye on things, Horatius?
As always, priestess.
Any news about
Ja, das ist der Schrein von Apollo. Let's see. Collection of barbaric-looking medical implements, including forceps and chairs. Oh je.
What are you doing in here? Can't you see this woman is dying? She's been poisoned. She needs the resin of a plant called Sylphium, but that Culus cubulates Decius won't give it to me. It's too late. She just slipped away. She was poisoned. She came in here frothing at the mouth. Normally, I'd treat her with resin of Sylphium, a rare plant which is perfect for this sort of thing. And I knew Decius had some at his market stall, right around the corner. So I ran over there, but he just looks at me with this evil smile and says, "That'll be 1,000 denarii." There was no way I could afford that, and he knew it. Then that toad shrugs and says, "Supply and demand. I guess you don't value your friend's life that highly." Anywhere else, I'd just pay a thug to steal it from his stall. But there's no way I can do that down here with the golden rule. So all I could do is come back here and just watch her die. I kept on apologizing. And now I'll never know who poisoned her, or how they managed to do it without breaking the golden rule, or why she cursed that snake's cruel black eyes with her dying breath.
Das Interessante ist, dass mich das extrem an unser Gesundheitssystem erinnert.
Well, unless you have the power to bring someone back from the dead, there's really just one thing you can do. Get me that Sylphium resin. I'm going to have another patient in here soon. Could be in the next day or in the next hour. And I will not allow this to happen again. I don't care how you get it, but you have to make it happen. Because if I lose another patient this way,
Das ist meine Verantwortung jetzt, okay.
Not even the golden rule will stop me from marching up to that genetricum fututor and scratching his eyes out.
Wow. Machen wir das gerade mal, das Optionale. Wollen wir das ausprobieren? Dass er sagt, wir verdächtigen sie, weil sie hier gerade gesagt hat, sie würde. Weil sich bei ihr gerechtfertigt Wut anbaut.
Sure. What do you want to know?
Willst du es ausprobieren? Ja, definitiv.
Hemlock, I believe.
Ah.
I haven't seen her in months. She's not allowed to leave Malleolas's villa, and they are quite secretive. Do you really want to know? I mean, if somebody poisoned her, then surely they would have broken the golden rule, and so maybe it's best we don't discuss it. Gladly. Well, come back if you get sick or injured. Day or night, I'll do what I can.
Ich denke nicht, dass... Schwierig. Vielleicht würde sie tatsächlich diesen Mord begehen, den sie ankündigt, aber sie ist eigentlich auch irgendwo gutherzig. Also... Schwierig, schwierig. Schauen wir mal.
You've returned. Do you have any news about your investigation? Of course. What is it? Are you sure you've spent enough time investigating to make that call? It seems to me you've barely had enough time to scratch the surface. It looks like you'll have to continue your investigation. Now, was there anything else you wanted to ask? Thank you. I'll be waiting here for news.
Wie dazu? Gut. Investigaten wir mal further. Aber vielleicht können wir irgendwann sagen, ey, sie wird sein.
Back again, I see. Terrible shame what happened to Yulia. But we just have to carry on, don't we? Certainly. All I ask is a reasonable price of 1,000 denarii.
Was hier? Ansonsten Gesundheitssystem.
Oh, it's perfectly legal. Simply a question of supply and demand, I'm afraid. Take it or leave it. Hear what? You sure you're feeling all right? If you're hearing things, perhaps you should pay a visit to Lucretia's clinic. We don't want another Navia on our hands. She claimed the statues were whispering to her. Nobody else could hear it. Then she shut herself in the palace and we never heard from her again. But I digress. Do you want this silphium or not? Very well. Perhaps I can interest you in something within your budget? Very well. Another time.
Jetzt soll ich stehlen. Das Spiel sagt, ich stehle. Was ist das hier? Was ist das? Sollte ich ihn nicht vorher ablenken? Warum ruckelt es hier schon wieder? Jetzt wieder nicht. It's weird.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Okay. Warum hat mir die flüsternde Stimme gesagt, ich soll das machen und jetzt das? Mach nur was zu essen, versuch nicht zu viele Sünden zu begehen. So. Items. Ja, sorry. Kaum kündigst du an, dass du weg bist, begehe ich eine Sünde. Habe ich mein Item jetzt noch?
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are?
Das Item jetzt noch. Cool.
What? I'm speaking Latin. You are too, although your accent's a little strange.
Wer jetzt das ist? Ja, anscheinend.
What you did there, changing the subject like that. Nice try, but I'll ask again. Who are you, and what were you doing in the shrine?
Meinst du, wir könnten mit dem Händler verkaufen?
I don't think so. I've never.
Ja.
Of course. All right.
Okay, okay.
You, Sisyphus, attack or pursue the stone.
Ah, der hat jetzt noch eins. Aber ich habe das auch noch, ja? Inventory. Ich habe es echt noch. Das ist ja witzig. Habe ich auch mein Money noch? Kann ich hier so Money farmen?
Hey, Virgil. How much
Der
would you
Dude
like to
ist
make me
einfach
a
weg.
bow?
Oder noch nicht da. Je nachdem.
I'm
Ah,
not
da.
making you a bow.
But why?
You know why.
But how am I going to defend myself against someone else with a weapon?
There are no other weapons in the city. We all went along with the magistrate's weapons ban, so it wouldn't be an issue.
That's why I've got to get in first before someone else beats me to it. Salve, stranger, and welcome to our idyllic little slice of the Empire. I'm Dacius. Very well. And
Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to a little community. My name's impossible to pronounce for most people, so you can just call me Virgil. Look, I haven't done anything wrong, if that's what you're thinking. Somebody just has a problem with my preference for male company. Hey, nothing gets by you, huh? Sorry, that was mean. Yes, I like men. And when you grow up in the north, as I did, in the city of Noviomagos, you expect a bit of hostility. The Batavi are not known for their tolerance. I saw enough friends killed or driven away to know the cost of not keeping your personal affairs to yourself. So I hid who I was for, what was it, nearly 10 years? Watching what I said and where I looked. But that kind of fear eats away at you slowly, until living isn't any better than the thing you were afraid of. Needless to say, since I'm now living underground, halfway across the known world, with an assumed name, my openness didn't go down well among the enlightened folk of the Batavi. Nice of you to say, but not necessary. In any case, the Romans are far more accepting, and among them, I get to be who I am. Or at least, I thought that was the case. It seems I was wrong. It's not just graffiti. I have quite a collection of handwritten notes too. The strange thing is, I keep my personal affairs to myself. I've never really been interested in any of the men here. Not my type. So I'm not sure what I could have done to upset this person. If I had to guess, I'd say it's probably one of those cultists. Strange bunch. They insist there's only one God, and that he considers my nature a sin. Can you believe that? If there are any of them here, they won't admit it. Not since they supposedly burnt down
Hört sich nach
half of
Christen
Rome
an
last year
eigentlich.
and went into hiding. All I know is, if these threats keep escalating, eventually my secret admirer is going to cross a line and break the golden rule. What? Really? I didn't expect that. But thanks. It's always a pleasure to meet someone so selfless. I'm glad you arrived when you did. I'd start by figuring out who the cultists are. Or maybe ask around among the merchants here. Someone who lives or works in the forum must have seen something. But if you find them, please don't hurt or humiliate them. I suspect they're just confused. Nice to talk to you.
whatever's in that great temple up there on the bluff. Back again, I see. I don't, I'm afraid. But I did overhear Fabia telling Georgius she saw something. She was headed to the baths not long ago. Very well. Another time.
Ja. Wenn man jetzt noch wüsste, wer die ganzen Leute sind und wo die ganzen Orte sind.
Help! You have to do something. A man arrived in the baths. A real nasty sort, with his face all covered up. And he's got a weapon. You have to do something, or he's gonna break the golden rule. Are you serious? This is an emergency. Are you going to help or not?
Wo ist er eigentlich? Ja, wir haben zwar seine Goldstatue gefunden, aber das impliziert ja auch, dass er in die Vergangenheit ist und sich hier erhängt hat, ne? Das heißt, er müsste hier noch leben. Oder könnte hier noch leben. Ne, er müsste noch. Hast du recht. Mal schauen.
None of us do. The magistrate made us throw them all into the chasm. So now this man's bow is the only one in the city.
Ui.
You just have to improvise. Thank you. He's still in there, somewhere. I have to hide. Find me in this empty shrine when it's over. What? We don't have time for this. I have to go. Ugh. The shrine is collapsing.
What? Die hätte uns doch noch was über ihn erzählen sollen.
Oh God, she's dead. Did anyone see that? The whole shrine just collapsed on her. Oh, Fabian, why did you have to go in there? Poor sweet girl.
Your shrine may collapse at any moment. Oh. Hey, there's a loaf of bread. Take it. Thanks. Oh, hier waren doch auch noch welche, ne? Mal mitnehmen. Das gelesen schon? Ingredients. A generous pinch of yeast. A pinch of salt. 2.5 cups of warm water. 1 pound of flour. Instructions: pour the water in a mixer. In a mixer bowl and dissolve the yeast. Add the flour to a separate bowl and gradually add the water and salt. Knead it until the dough isn't too sticky or flurry. Cover the dough and leave in a warm place near the oven for an hour so that it rises. Bake until the crust is golden and allow to cool. Weißt du Bescheid? Kannst Brot machen. Schauen wir doch mal zu ihr. Hallo, ich bin durch die Zeit gereist und habe was für dich.
What are you doing in here? Can't you see this woman is dying? She's been poisoned. She needs the resin of a plant called Silphium, but that Culus cubulates decius won't give it to me. What? Quick, give it here. Yulia, you need to swallow this. Here, let me help you.
Sternchensprache, randomly.
Hopefully in a moment she should be able to breathe normally. That was extraordinary. How did you know she needed this exact thing and at this exact moment? Are you some kind of oracle?
Ein Lied habe ich resolved. Ich lüge mal und schau, was passiert.
But how could you know she needed this exact medicine? And how did you even get it? I guess it doesn't matter. You just saved a person's life, and you should be proud of yourself. She might even be able to thank you herself in a few moments. And maybe she can tell us who poisoned her, and who she meant when she was muttering about that snake's cruel black eyes. In the meantime, I'm happy to help you with whatever it is you need.
Wenn er gleich einstürzt, gehen wir selber rein. Ich weiß nicht, ob ich da hinkomme vor der Cutscene.
Oh no. Sorry, I don't mean to worry you, but No, that is definitely not normal. There was one other person who claimed she could hear the statues talking to her. But that was Nevia, and she went a little mad. Anything about what?
I forget if I said anything, yeah.
That's a shame. Thanks again for saving Yulia's life. Apollo smiles upon you.
Oh, ihr geht schon so gut. Die ist schon auf. Cool. Hallo.
Oh, it's you. Sorry, I'm still a bit out of it. But thanks for trying to help me, I suppose. Was there something you wanted? Lucretia says I'm supposed to rest. As much as I'm grateful that you tried to help me, it's just not safe for me to talk about it. Please, no more questions. The golden rule. That's the least of my worries. The gods may be cruel, but Malleolus and Claudia are far crueler. Please, just leave me alone. I don't want to talk about it. Persistent as Nemesis, aren't you? I can tell you, but it's a long saga. All right. I'd been here about a week when it dawned on me I'd be trapped here for the rest of my life. I could hardly breathe, and I knew I had to get out somehow. So when my new friend Aurelia offered me a secret way out, I would have done anything. And then I learned her asking price. 1,000 denarii. She was supposed to be my friend. I told her it would take me years to save up that much. So she suggested I take out a loan from Malleolus. And I did. I'm not proud of it, but yes, I was surprised he agreed to it, to be honest. But I was so happy to have the money I didn't question it. I had to sign an agreement, saying I'd work off the debt over 30 years. But I figured I'd be out of here so soon it wouldn't matter. I paid Aurelia, and she gave me her so-called way out. Do you want to know what it was? Hemlock. Drink this, she said, and you'll be out of here in no time. Of course, I demanded my money back, but she refused. She pointed to a sign on her tavern saying, "Let the buyer beware." Then she just looked at me with those cruel black eyes, and she laughed. She immediately told Malleolus I'd tried to escape without paying him back. Only, he didn't seem upset or surprised at all. In fact, he just thanked her. And that's when I realized the two of them had planned the whole thing from the beginning. That's what I said to the magistrate. I went to Sentius and begged for help, but he said the law was clear. I'd signed over my labor for 30 years and there was nothing he could do. I thought about resisting too. But Malleolus said if I didn't submit, I'd break the golden rule. And I couldn't be responsible for all those deaths, so he locked me in his villa. Confiscated everything I owned as collateral, and made me wear immodest, humiliating outfits while I worked day in, day out. His wife Claudia was just as bad. She sent me to work on an endless stream of futile, demeaning tasks. I'd be on my hands and knees, scrubbing the floor clean for hours, only for her to pour slop on it and hiss, "You missed a spot." Those two took everything from me. But they forgot to confiscate one thing. My hemlock. I just wanted it to be over. But it seems I messed that up too. Should have drunk all of it. I brought it on myself. I trusted one of the most callous human beings I've ever met, and tried to swindle the other. I don't know how I could have been so stupid. When I've recovered, I expect their thug Domitius will come for me. He'll escort me back to their villa, and I'll be right back where I started. Only this time, I won't be able to lull myself to sleep at night with the thought of a permanent solution. Honestly, it would have been better if the poison had been allowed to run its course. I doubt it. It seems this is the fate the gods have chosen for me, for trying to escape. At least until someone breaks the golden rule. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad. A lot. But it doesn't matter. I made a suicide pact with Ulpius last night. He's in exactly the same position as I am. Malleolus and Aurelius set the same trap for him a month after they did it to me. He and I are in this together. He's probably already thrown himself from the bluff into Malleolus's villa by now. If so, I'd never be able to live with myself, knowing I broke my promise to him. I doubt you could make it up to the bluff in time. I don't know who you are, or why you seem so determined to help me, but thank you. All right, but please don't take too long. All right. Thank you again for saving my life.
Ja. Fühlt sich jetzt nicht mehr so gut an, ein Leben gerettet zu haben, wenn sie doch sterben wollte. Das ist halt keine Sünde. Das ist die Frage, ne? Ich kann übrigens springen. Ich habe ganz komische Arme. Figure out how to stop Ulpius from killing himself. This is auch active. Okay. Ich bin ein bisschen dazu geneigt, einfach Sachen zu stehlen, an die Zeit zu drehen.
Fresh meat, huh?
Fresh meat. Ja, habe ich vielleicht ein bisschen Angst.
Fresh meat, huh?
Isn't
Fear
the
is
great
proof
temple
of a
keeping an eye
degenerate
on
mind.
things, Horatius?
As always, priestess.
Mich dann, wenn ich hier so rumlaufe, da oben hin. Ist das der richtige Weg? Ist hier was auf den Boden gekritzelt? Nein, das war nur ein bisschen Wasser. Kann ich jetzt aber wieder nehmen. Nice. Hier war doch auch irgendwo noch was, ne? Ja, da vorne. Im Eimer lassen. Ja. Ich bin das Spiel nicht an. Sehe ich das im Inventar? 625. Ja, noch ein bisschen mehr und ich hätte mir das auch dann... mir das Gegenmittel auch einfach kaufen können. Was ich jetzt hier übrigens auch immer noch habe. Nebenbei. Interesting. Wiederholung, du kannst den Markt zerstören mit unendlich Money. Ja, die Items habe ich dazu auch noch. Ich werde dann einfach reich. Okay. Das sieht so einladend aus. Hier komme ich absolut nicht hoch. Ich komme hier runter. Warum auch immer. Ah. Na gut. So. Gehen wir mal den richtigen Weg hier lang. Könnt ihr übrigens auch hier Zipline benutzen, da hinten in das Gebäude reinzukommen. Sollten wir uns mal merken. Aber erstmal will ich schauen, was ich hier oben finde. Leiter zumindest. Okay. Coin Pouch. So, und hier käme ich mit der Zipline an. Und darin ist nichts. Will guide you. Wait. ist es ja. Oh Gott. Das wollte ich nicht. Oh Gott. Gut, die kommen wieder hoch. Ja, nicht weiter. Aha. Das habe ich eine Umrundung gemacht. Das heißt, falls ich jetzt eine Sünde begehe, kann ich auch darüber den Weg, das Klettern, das wäre komisch. Okay, ich kann die einfach hochlaufen. So sieht's aus. Das heißt, ich könnte hier einfach die Zipline nehmen und mich schnell wieder hinsippen. Falls es nötig werden sollte. Sogar von da oben. Könnte ich hier rüber sippen und dann weiter sippen. Schauen wir mal, was der hier will. Dann komme ich hier noch hoch. Great Temple Door ist leider locked. Hier sieht das.
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the Golden Rule. It's a ghastly thing, is it not? How are you faring so far? All right, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Orpheus, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life working for a man who treats me like an animal?
I know things are hard for you right now. They're hard for all of us. We're all in this together, Ulpius. Please just think this through. If you do this, it could be the sin that seals all of our fates. Is that what you want?
I'm sorry, but I just don't care anymore.
Please, Ulpius. Help him. If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. I don't know what to do. I've never had to deal with this sort of thing. Please, you need to talk to him.
Alles klar. Ich habe auch in... Na, wie hieß es? Ich komme nicht auf den Namen. Wo man diese Androiden, wo man einen Androiden auch spielen kann. Von dem Macher von Heavy Rain und Co. Komme nicht auf den Namen. Aber da habe ich es auch schon geschafft, die Leute in den Selbstmord zu treiben. Von daher, alles gut.
I don't know, but it's a crime for slaves to take their own lives. And a debt bondsman isn't far off. Thank you. And please, choose your words carefully.
I am out. Wherever
Bye.
you are. Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no!
Ups. Detroit become human. Ja. Genau das meinte ich.
I can't believe he went through with it. Oh Lord. That poor lamb. Well, I suppose it means suicide isn't a sin under the Golden Rule. So I guess that means whichever god is responsible for it. It isn't mine. That was not your fault. There's no way you could have given him what he wanted, moments after you arrived. I'll have to let everyone know what happened. And I guess Malleolus will have to clean up the mess in his villa. It's of his own making, after all. And I'd best pray for poor Ulpius.
Also Leute in den Selbstmord zu treiben. Sehr geil. And got away with it. Ist das Beste daran. Jump. What? Denn dafür ein komischer Effekt? Wow!
Thank you. Thank you.
Aber.
I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. Magistrate, yes. Yes, thank you. I'm delighted and deeply.
Also ist er nicht tot. Weil da unten drin. Der ist schon länger tot. Definitiv. In the Greek vase depicting some kind of battle. Appears to his last laugh. May God watch over you. Please know that I held on as long as I could, but without you my life is meaningless. And I hope we meet again in Eden. Yuya. Yuya to her captors. May Aeolus and Claudia curse you to the deaths. By the time you read this, I'll already be dead, because death is preferable to another day in debt bondage to you. I will just pack out your livers in Tartarus for all eternity. Tartarus ist ein bisschen die Vorhölle? Fegefeuerort, so in die Richtung. Oh, ein Key. Einfach nehmen. Na, sowas. Do you realize that someone urinated into the pool you just fell in? Deswegen riecht das hier so. Ah. Schön. Geht nach oben. And strangers sobbing. Hallo?
You're not supposed to be in here.
Claudia. Where are we going now? I know, where do you keep your valuables?
Demetrius, come quickly. We're being robbed.
Das ist gar nicht wahr, ich habe das nur gesagt. Ich weiß noch nicht, wozu ich das Money brauche, aber aber ich wüsste auch nicht, wie ich von hier aus dann schnell zum Tempel käme.
Do I need to call Demetrius? Get out.
Jetzt mag sie mich nicht mehr. Geh hier lang. Ah, okay. Okay. Gut, so käme ich wenigstens raus. Wenn ich das Geld nehmen würde. Kam ich dann hier hoch? Da ist eine Treppe. Ach, hier. War sie versteckt. Okay. Jetzt mache ich mal. Mal den Progress resetten hier. Einen neuen Cycle starten. Give me all your money.
The many shall suffer for the
Oh, God.
sins of the one.
Gott, oh Gott, oh Gott. Da war der Ausgang. Hey du! Wow, es ruckelt. Okay. Doch nochmal getroffen. Aber ich bin reich. Main goal completed. Run.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what... Oh, sounds serious.
Oh.
I'm listening. Yulia? Oh no. All right, I can do that. I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
Interesting. Gut, dann müssen wir ihn das machen und wir retten den anderen. Komm. Komische Leiter. Interessant, dass man so schnell dann wieder diesen Stand zurückkommt. Und das Geld haben wir wirklich, ne? 3500 haben wir jetzt.
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the Golden Rule. It's a ghastly thing, is it not? How are you faring so far? That's good, in a sense. If you're not on edge, you've not been paying attention. But on the bright side, once you've been here a few months, it's... well, it's slightly less terrifying anyway. We've all been where you are now. I remember when I first arrived. I used to lay awake at night contemplating the big questions. Why am I here? Is there a way out? What is the Golden Rule, and who or what is responsible for it? I still don't have any of the answers, I'm afraid. I don't think anybody does. But I'm happy to share with you what I've learned. Please keep that to yourself. I know you're not from around here, but things are very difficult for us right now. There was a terrible fire in Rome last year, and our emperor decided to make us his scapegoats. There were executions. It was horrible. Oh, thank you. You have no idea how much I appreciate that. All right, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no.
Mal schauen, ob wir ihn retten können.
Yes,
Nehmen wir mal
what are you
sagen.
doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why?
Why do you
I know, please.
I'm sorry, but I just...
Please, help him.
Good luck with that, Amalfi.
Thank you. And please, choose your words carefully.
You know about that? How is that possible? I mean, I've never mentioned it to anyone. Well, if you say so. You don't understand. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want it all to be over. It's too late for that. Yulia and I made a pact, and she's already swallowed hemlock this morning. If I backed out now, I'd be betraying her. I can't do that. Oh, really? That changes things a little.
Yeah.
We're still in debt bondage to that monster. Unless you happen to have 2,000 denarii to pay off
I
both
might
our
just
debts.
have some money.
Really? Wait. So, I guess...
War alles richtig, was ich gemacht habe. Meine Güte. Aber wie aufgelöst er aussieht auch.
You'd do that for us? A couple of complete strangers.
Aber die wollen bestimmt doch noch Zinsen oder sowas.
It seems today we're both blessed. This did not turn out how I thought. Thank you, friend.
Auch freigekauft.
I never thought people like you existed.
Das Geld hole ich mir wieder. Ist ja meine.
I'll go and pay off our debts immediately. I just wish there was some way I could repay you. But I have nothing but the tunic on my back. I'll go and take care of things with Malleolus and tell Yulia the good news. Thanks again, friend. I'll never forget what you did for us.
Ja. Aber jetzt ist ja kein Loch mehr. Oh, oh, oh. Also hat er das tatsächlich in den Boden geschlagen? Aber das ist doch dann komisch gewesen, dass er da... How can we pass this test if we don't know the rules? Wieso war der denn dann schon auf seine Knochen reduziert? Das gibt wenig Sinn. Hier dranhängen, bitte. Klein. Let's go! Halt. Hier war ja eh. Chest. Denn nur 2000, das ist doch nichts. Da reist man einmal durch die Zeit für. Es war alles in der Kiste bei denen drin. Der Witz ist ja, ich habe sie nicht mal bestimmt, weil sie das Geld wiederbekommen haben. Irgendwo. Tatsächlich habe ich damit der Sache nur wieder. Mended Fish Sauce. Ceramic bowl full of urine. Nice. Ah. Where are you? There is locked. In das Haus komme ich ja aber auch jetzt von hier aus rein, ne? Wieso ist der eigentlich böse dargestellt? Oh, hallo. Du warst letztes Mal nicht hier, als ich hier reinkam.
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit?
Das Geld in derselben Truhe landet, sind jetzt vielleicht 4000. Ich bin schon neugierig. Geht hier irgendwas mit der Election? Später. Wir haben eben noch eine andere Aufgabe. So, kann ich anlocken? Schauen wir doch mal nach.
Deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate.
So. Du bist mir egal.
I'm not supposed to be in here.
Naja, gut. Can we talk?
What business could you possibly have with me?
Die sieht doch schon aus wie eine richtig gute Freundin.
The dainty little thing from next door? Of course not. As much as I despise her father, I would never lay a finger on that poor, sweet child. Well, I've had quite enough of this.
Domitius, come quickly. We're being robbed.
Ach so. Unverdächtig. Aber da ist nicht mehr Geld drin jetzt. Wenn ich das jetzt aber mitnehmen würde, dann müsste ich den ja wieder neu retten und ihm neu Geld geben. Das würde ja auch wenig Sinn ergeben jetzt erstmal, ne? Dann würde ich ja echt loopen.
What is the meaning of this? Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in here without a hefty tribute, so you must have been desperate to see me. Well, what do you want? Of course not. But as I always say, if Sentius can't protect his daughter, how can we trust him to protect this city? Look, if you're trying to find her, you may wish to check the cisterns beneath this villa. Domitius says he saw a body there some weeks back. Of course, just to be clear, I take no responsibility for what happens to you down there.
Verdächtig. Er hat gerade schon seine Rede geübt. Der will offensichtlich seinen politischen Gegner verdrängen. Und sieht auch aus wie jemand, der dafür über Leichen gehen würde.
I trust you can see yourself out.
Sprich, wenn der die Tochter von seinem Gegner entführt und dann so hindreht, dass sein Gegner es nicht schafft, seine Tochter zu beschützen und somit Unsicherheit unter den Wählern schürt, wäre das zu seinen Gunsten.
Still here?
Okay. Das heißt, Ihmchen hier, ja, Stranger ist.
What now? Whatever. Just
Nichts Neues.
Hey, you're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Without a weapon? Well, it's your...
Vielleicht brauche ich erstmal den Bogen dafür. Ich frage ihn jetzt mal nach seiner Story, damit ich endlich seinen Namen hier stehen habe.
The name's Domitius.
Danke.
You want to get to Malleolus? You go through me.
Ja, ich springe einfach von oben runter.
Why? Because I am a gladiator. That's why. You want to see me fight? Keep running your mouth, fatuous cunnis. Whatever. Just remember.
Okay. Oh. Natürlich reinschauen, was das weiterbringt. Oh Gott. What? Oh Gott. Ah, panisch L3 gedrückt und erstmal hingekniet. Sehr schön. Wo ist der denn jetzt? Ist der hinter dieser Tür? Goldene Statue auf jeden Fall. Und sicherlich auch an dem einfach vorbeirennen. Muss ich mal gucken. Ich glaube, das ist einfacher, wenn ich dann tatsächlich schon eine Waffe habe.
Isn't the great temple majestic?
Kann ich dann dem Dingens jetzt schon berichten?
On your best behavior, I trust?
Kann ich hier rein? Oh ja.
Oh, another one fresh out of the baths, I take it.
Ah.
Citizen. We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. We have? I must... Is that... Ah, I see. Look, it's unfortunate.
Irgendwie anders.
All that matters now is that you make use of what you've learned and gathered and do better next time. Now,
Yeah.
I assume... Of course. Yeah.
Okay. Wer war denn wer? Rubius ist derjenige, der gesprungen ist. Virgil ist der gemobbt wird. Lucretia ist die vergiftet wurde? Nee, Lucretia ist die Ärztin. Und Daisy ist der Händler, oder? Probieren wir sie mal durch. Rubius. I believe he was seeing Santilla in secret before she disappeared. I suspect he knows what happened to her.
You suspect? I confess, I don't have a lot of sympathy for Ulpius, but you're going to need a lot more than suspicion to get to the bottom of this. It looks like you'll have to continue your investigation. Now, was there anything... Of course, what is it? Yeah?
Gib mir sie doch durch.
Why do you say that?
Lucretia, she threatened to scratch Decius' eyes out if she lost another patient because of him.
Well then, you'd better make sure she doesn't lose another patient, hadn't you? Whatever it takes, do it. It looks
Easy
like
way
you'll have
out.
to continue your investigation. Of course. Yeah. Why do you say that?
Decius? He's price gouging over life-saving medicine.
That is abhorrent. And even if doing so hasn't directly broken the golden rule, it's not difficult to imagine this behavior provoking someone to theft or violence. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. But before we proceed, I must ask, are you sure he's the one? As much as it pains me to do so, I must act decisively to ensure the survival of my people.
Und tötest du ihn dafür?
I hereby declare him an enemy of Rome and authorize his execution by your hand, forthwith.
Oh je. I've changed my mind.
I don't believe so, no. It's not a crime to carry out the lawful order of a magistrate.
Ja, aber es geht hier nicht um Crime, es geht hier um Sin.
So now you're an expert on Roman law, are you? Listen to me. We are cut off from the Empire down here, fending for ourselves on the brink of annihilation. If ever there was a time to dispense with legal procedure, it would be now. Think of it as an act of preemptive self-defense. Think of the lives you'll be saving. Then perhaps you would prefer the feeling of being responsible for the deaths of everyone in this city.
Ja, dann können wir auch nochmal das Geld mitnehmen.
Cowardice in the guise of philosophical introspection. Now is the time for action. You have your order. Carry it out. Any way you can. Despite my weapons ban, it's been my experience one can always find a weapon if one looks hard enough.
Aha.
Thank you. Please act quickly before it's too late.
Interesting. Das ist eine Wendung, mit der ich nicht rechnete. Dass ich jetzt Executioner spielen soll. Der war hier weird.
On your best behavior, I trust?
Priesterin? Priestess? Also ich will behaupten, die Flüster, die helfen uns. Again later.
Hey, Virgil, how much would you want to make me a bow?
For the last time, Dacius, I'm not making you a bow.
But why?
You know why. There are no other weapons in the city. We all went along with the magistrate's weapons ban, so it wouldn't be an issue.
Wo komme ich denn in dieses Gebäude irgendwie rein? Ein Hintereingang. Dafür haben wir einen Coin Pouch. Coin Pouch. Beim Eingang scheint es nicht zu geben. Was ist das? Ein Coin Pouch. Interessant. Und das hier ist der legendäre. Also ich komme hier zu dem Dingens hin. Probieren wir es aus, ja? F5. Saven wir einmal. Und da steht, dass ich tot bin. Das ist ja jetzt doof. Load Game. Hilfe, der Controller hört nicht auf zu vibrieren. Zu vibrieren.
Help! You have to do something.
Bin einen Schritt rückwärts gegangen.
Are you daft or just... The shrine is collapsing.
Gab ein Achievement. Ich lade noch mal. Oh Mann. Jetzt ganz vorsichtig, weder vorwärts noch rückwärts. Erstmal umschauen. So, bist du jetzt alleine? Oder bist du immer noch busy? Du bist jetzt alleine.
Salve, stranger, and welcome to our idyllic... You mean, how did I end up here? That is a lengthy tale. All right. Well, you see, I'm in the business of procuring rare and precious objects liberated from the enemies of Rome. Mostly sculptures, vases, the occasional slave, fetch a magnificent price in Roman high society. Had myself
The
a nice
occasional
little shop in Rome,
slave.
just off the Forum. Lots of foot traffic and close to the docks. Good place to be when the fires broke out. See, about 7 months ago, half of Rome caught on fire. Everyone who couldn't get to an outer gate was running for the river, open to escape by barge. So I gathered my coins and some priceless vases into a cart and had my most loyal slave girl, pretty young thing named Acantha, push it for me. All the way down to the river, I'm elbowing for a stampede of people, turning back now and then to make sure she hasn't legged it with my valuables. But, to my surprise, we make it, and I see this barge loading up, and it's so full it's almost sinking. But the captain's happy to take my coin, so I start boarding, and then he puts his hand on my chest and he says, "No, too heavy. The cart or the girl." So I did what anyone would have done.
Das.
Of course I chose the cart. I mean, I can always buy a new slave girl if I still have my money. So I put my hand on the cart, and I guess she realised what was happening because those pretty black eyes of hers go all wide. And in one swift motion, she topples the whole bloody thing into the Tiber. Naturally, I dived in after it, hoping to salvage my fortune. Only, I guess I must have hit my head or something, because everything went black. When I came to, I'd washed up on the riverbank not far from here, with nothing in the world but a single silver coin. Thank you, friend. But it turns out it might have been a stroke of good fortune, because this place is a veritable treasure trove. Look around you, there must be more gold in here than in the treasury of Rome. If I can just figure out how to get it out of here.
Oh je.
Very well. Another time.
So, aber wir müssen trotzdem irgendwie Executionen. Na, schon mal. Locked. Mich würde ja auch interessieren, ob wir eigentlich unter einem Time Limit arbeiten. Julie did not do it. Julie ist da hinten drin, okay. Haben wir hier? Amphitheater. Moment, irgendwas von hinter dem Theater, zweimal rechts? Wie ich das denn jetzt hin? Das war nicht zweimal rechts, ich weiß. Das ist Absicht. Das sieht mir ja sehr nicht so belebt hier aus. Und dann random hast du hier wieder so einen idyllischen Ort. Das ist doch tatsächlich auch mal hier ein Screenshot wert, oder? Hat der jetzt aufgenommen? Man weiß es nicht. So. Mache ich das doch nochmal mit Steam selbst. Apropos. Mich selbst sehen kann ich nicht. Ich existiere. Ah. Know where we are?
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold praying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your
Müsste
own,
ich
aren't you?
stehlen? Das ist doch ein Plan, oder? Wir stehlen den, drehen einmal die Zeit zurück. Und dann öffnen wir die Kiste und schauen nach, was drin ist. My wife has been torturous as the 7 labors of Hercules. Of faint, defeated and enslaved, yet I would suffer it all again gladly, because each loss, wound and tragedy brought me to you. Radiant as Rome's sacred flame, your bright warmth nourishes my soul, and now I can never touch you any more than hold Vesta's flame. But to watch and love you from afar, bathing in your glow, is enough. Schönes Poem. Aber ich habe Reime erwartet, die gab es noch nicht. Galerius for Magistrate, countered by I would rather drink a really special brew. Das scheint ja...
You, Tantalus, cannot catch the drops of water, and the tree you grasp at eludes you.
Small wooden model of an arena, possibly Verona Arena, which was completed in the 1st century, is still in use today. When is today, though? Nature. Key to the chest in the Shrine of Apollo. Ja, nehme ich mit. Ist nicht gestohlen. Denarius ist die Währung, ne? Das heißt, das ist einer, den sie da drin hat. Ein Denarius. Licht da drin, das lohnt ja nicht, den zu stehlen. Doll, a rudimentary doll. It looks like it has been well loved. Loved, ja? Mhm. Filthy, foul-smelling sleeping mat of somebody living in poverty. Let the buyers beware. Heißt, könnte ihren Schlüssel klauen, damit diese Truhe öffnen. Wir dann schnell noch auf die andere Seite laufen. Das ist nur ein Denarius, das lohnt nicht. Vielleicht brauche ich auch nur den Schlüssel, dass das danach nicht mehr Diebstahl ist. Weil ich den Schlüssel ja dann hatte. Gibt das Sinn?
You, Sisyphus, attack or pursue the stone that always returns.
Beziehungsweise, was wäre hier noch? Nur 15? Bin dazu geneigt, einfach mal, wenn das wieder soweit sein sollte, hier nochmal vorbeizuschauen, den Schlüssel zu schnappen und wegzulaufen. Weil das ist nicht weit weg von dem Ding, wo wir hin müssen. A dream diary from Kabash, in which he describes his recurring dreams about the stranger named Kirthy. Kabash to Kabash, I told Lucretia about the dream I've been having, and she said it might help her divine the meaning if I wrote them down. It happened again last night. The man by the river was there, as always, his face shrouded in shadow from that peculiar ram headdress. Once again he introduced himself as Curthy and told me he'd direct me from the river. He seemed to smirk as he said his name, as if it meant something I could not understand. Indeed, the name rings a bell, but I cannot for the life of me remember where I heard it. I do not think I will sleep soundly again until I know. Who's Curthy? Is Curthy Karen? Wobei ich davon ausgehe, dass das Flüstern nicht von der Statue kommt. Weil es in der Nähe von Statuen zu hören ist, bin ich mir nicht sicher, dass es die Statuen selbst sind. Was auch immer wieder dieselbe Stimme ist. This is your final warning, sinner. Rufius. Das Rufius? Wer wissen wir denn, dass Rufius hier? Stone Disk? Woher wissen wir denn, dass das hier das Zimmer von Rufius ist? Das ist eine Truhe. Und hier kommen wir wieder zum Amphitheater. Dann kann ich wahrscheinlich da hinten in den Amphitheater, aber hier hinter, verstehe. Der war ein Rufius. Bin schon wieder komplett raus. Wer ist Rufius?
Greetings and salutations.
Georges? So, ich habe ja hier den Schlüssel. Die Truhe, die hier sein soll. Ich habe keine Ahnung wo. Oder? War auch der Tempel von Apollos? Ah, da. Unlock. Search. Treatment Notes. Oh. The treatment for rheumatism is willow bark. Warum auch immer das wichtig ist. Das ist Rufius.
Name's Rufius. Better watch your step. No idea what you're talking about? Yes, so what? What are you going to do about it? And why should I? The one true God says that for man to lie with another man is an abomination. His presence here is a threat to us all. Well, I don't know. Maybe God hasn't noticed yet.
Yeah.
But when he does, we're going to have a problem.
Seems to me your agitation is a bigger threat than Virgil's personal affairs.
Well, I wouldn't get so angry if he wasn't so... you know.
So? Yeah. He just seems like a normal guy keeping to himself. What's your problem? You're uncomfortable with your feelings towards him? Oh, ho, 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 ho.
It makes me... uncomfortable. I don't like where you're going with this. You'd better take that back before I make you.
It must be difficult to be torn between your faith and your desire.
I have no idea what you're talking about. And unless you want your jaw broken, I think it's best if you don't ever talk to me again.
Yum, 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 yum. Hm. Trotzdem muss ich ihn hier irgendwie mal umhauen. Still no idea how. Ein Item dafür hätte ich auch nicht, ne? Ja, die Treatment Notes haben auch mitgenommen. Gut zu wissen.
Salve, Dooley. How are you doing today?
I'm sad. Am I going to die in here?
I don't think so, my friend. It's election day today. Perhaps our new magistrate will be kinder than Sentius and let you out.
I hope so. Galerius, what happens when you die?
You're not going to die anytime soon, Dooley.
My mother told me, when you die, a ferryman helps you cross a river and your spirit lives on in the underworld. Is that true?
Well, yes, but...
Is it true that if you were good, you get to go to Elysium, but if you were bad, you get punished forever and ever in Tartarus?
Something like that, but...
If I die and go to Tartarus because they say I've been bad?
I'm not going to let that happen to you, Dooley. I promise.
Thank you, Galerius. Thank you.
Now, I have more work to do, but I'll visit you again soon, alright?
Alright, Galerius. See you then.
Wer ist denn er?
Salve again, friend.
Ah, der vom Anfang.
Did as you asked, and it worked. How is it possible that you've just arrived here and you already know everyone and exactly what's about to happen to them?
Und noch viel crazier, wenn ich jetzt noch mal in der Zeit zurückreise, habe ich das Item noch, was ich ihm gegeben habe. Was auch schon mehrfach aufgebraucht wurde eigentlich. Aber okay. Ich hab's jetzt eigentlich auch schon. Also,
You're toying with me, right?
Du bist da dreckig.
You're not kidding, are you? That's the only way you could have known. You're a bit like... Oh, what was his name? Sisyphus. Yeah, that's the one. Old King Sisyphus.
Sisyphus.
Sisyphus was a Greek king a long time ago. For daring to think he could outsmart the gods, he was given a terrible punishment. He was forced to push a great boulder up to the top of a hill. Only, just as it reached the top, it would roll all the way back down to the bottom, forcing him to start over and over and over again, for all eternity. Just like you.
Daher kommt auch der Ausdruck Sisyphus-Aufgabe.
A bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. Tantalus was made to grasp at fruit on a tree he could never quite reach. The Pleiades had to keep fetching water in a sieve. Oh, and Ixion was strapped to a wheel going round and round forever. But on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were. Anyway, I don't know which god you managed to upset to get yourself into this position, friend, but you seem all right to me. So, I'll tell you what. I'll keep doing whatever I can to help you. And you just focus on finding a way to break the cycle you're in. Anytime, friend. Now, I'm going to keep your secret. Although, it's not as if I'll remember this next time we talk anyway, right? Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just tell me you're busy. I know when I'm not wanted. May fortune smile on you, friend.
Okay. Machen wir. Reden wir doch nochmal mit Duli. Die Door ist jedenfalls locked. Das heißt, wir können sie theoretisch auch irgendwann irgendwie öffnen, oder? Oh, da bereitet sich wohl jemand darauf vor, Gold abzutransportieren. Wer denn bloß?
Hello?
Hallo.
Hello? My name's Dooley. I live here now because I got in trouble and they said they had to lock me up.
Aww.
I don't know. I don't remember things so good. I think it's just because I was looking for treasure. Yes. But I wasn't. I was just looking.
Kenn ich. Das kenne ich sehr gut.
They said I did it more than once. But I can't remember things so good. Then they called me mean names. They called me a liar, Billy.
A liar, Billy. A liability.
Yes. They said I have to live here now, and gave me this letter. But I'm not good with
Oh man.
words. Do you think you could read it for me?
Ja, kann ich das machen. Er ist so eine Person, wo ich das Gefühl habe, die ist im Herzen auf jeden Fall gut. Aber trotzdem würde ich versuchen, diese Person zu meiden, weil die einfach eine zu große Verantwortung wäre. So leid mir das tut. Also ich würde es jetzt nicht mein Lebenswerk machen wollen, dem zu helfen. Also mehr als einmal. Sag ich mal. Wenn er jetzt akut in Gefahr schwebt oder sowas, so wie er hier, ihn würde ich vielleicht freilassen, aber ich würde nicht oder ich würde mich dafür einsetzen, dass er freigelassen wird, aber ich würde mehr dann noch nicht machen. Danach wäre er wieder auf sich gestellt. Und da kommt natürlich schnell die Frage auf, und was, wenn er danach das dann wieder macht? Wieder angesperrt wird? Magistrate Sanchez to Duilius. Dooley, I'm writing to you in relation to your incorrigible antisocial behavior arising from your obsession with an alleged, ich weiß nicht, lost treasure. I am sympathetic to your plight and the passing of your guardian Hannibal some weeks ago. Guardian hat er sogar, ein Guardian. Save the animals, Dooley. And the passing of your guardian Hannibal some weeks ago, I wish to impress upon you an important message. The treasure you seek does not exist. Given your memory limitation, it seems likely you simply misremembered. More importantly, since you have on several occasions been caught trespassing, including around the cisterns which are strictly off limits to all citizens, I have reluctantly come to the conclusion that you are a liability to this community and must have your freedom limited, lest you break the golden rule. It is my hope that this letter will assist you to remember why you are incarcerated, should you experience further lapses in memory.
What does it say?
It says, and they caught you trespassing several times and they locked you up to stop you breaking the golden rule.
My treasure.
What treasure?
My friend Hannibal used to look after me. he said he always would. But then, he died. It was very sad. He said if anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious hidden away. He gave me this key and made me promise to keep it safe until I found the treasure. But I couldn't find it. All I remember is he said something about the cisterns. But when I went up to the high one, they put me in here. Now nobody looks after me. Except my friend Galerius. And Ek, the priestess lady. She's a nice lady.
Give me the key, I can try to find out what it unlocks.
Hannibal said I shouldn't give it to anyone I didn't trust. But maybe you could help me get out of here. Then I would trust you a lot. Galerius already tried that. He said the magistrate wouldn't listen, no matter what.
Also ich finde, das ist ein guter Deal. Den lass mal frei, er gibt mir den Schlüssel und danach, damit sucht er nicht mehr nach der Treasure, weil ich ja den Schlüssel habe. Win-win.
Like Galerius? He's nice. I like Galerius. He made me a doll and everything. If you help make him magistrate, he can get me out of here and I can give you the key to my treasure.
Das ist mein Unterfangen.
It was in the cisterns. I can't remember what it was, just that it was way up high and very precious.
Let's talk about the treasure.
Used to look after me. He said he always would. But then he said he gave me all I now know.
Ja, das hat man schon. Okay.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. Und Sasa, wie geht's bei dir voran? Ich hatte mich dagegen entschieden, heute Pokémon zu streamen. Er hat es erst in Erwägung gezogen und dann war ich so ein bisschen, einerseits würde ich erstens eh nur grinden. Okay, kann man streamen. Ist jetzt nicht so, dass ich da nichts zu zeigen hätte, sag ich mal, ne? Auch wenn es vielleicht für einen oder anderen eher langweilig erscheinen mag. Aber dadurch, dass ich im Postgame bin, hätte ich an der Stelle Angst, dass dann vielleicht das ein oder andere Detail dann doch als Spoiler rausrutscht. Deswegen war ich dann so ein bisschen, naja, musste ja nicht. Und da ich dann auch eh dieses Spiel hatte und das auch mal anfangen wollte, dachte ich mir, das wär's doch. Wobei ich erst überlegte, ob ich dieses hier dann nehme oder dann eher Genshin weiterspiele. Aber ich glaube, Genshin mache ich nachher einfach noch die Dailies und dann war's das. Ulpius last Scintilla. Corrected to Ulpius killed Scintilla. Ja, Steck halt in Gebiet 2 jetzt, ne? Stecken ist so eine Sache. Bist du schon auf der südlichen Insel gewesen? Oder hast du das nicht gewagt? Weil mir ist aufgefallen, da gibt es eine Stelle, da, wenn du von dem südlichen Camp direkt nach Süden läufst, zum Fluss hin, dann siehst du auf der südlichen Insel, am südlichen Ufer, siehst du einen kleinen Strand. Und eventuell würdest du es schaffen können, auf dem Hirsch mit Anlauf und einem korrekt getimten Sprung weit genug zu kommen, dass du mit deiner letzten Kraft, die du dann ja hast, sobald du im Wasser bist, es noch bis ans Ufer schaffst. Das könnte funktionieren. Aber als ich das dann nochmal versucht habe, wo ich die Stelle da fand, ist dann ja leider bei mir automatisch mein Wassermount rausgesprungen, als ich dann auf dem Wasser landete. Zwar habe ich dann mich nicht weiter bewegt, bin abgemountet und dann noch zum Ufer geschwommen, aber ich weiß nicht, ob man es so schaffen könnte. Ein Versuch wäre es wert. So, hier war jetzt zweimal rechts, ne? Da sollte ein ruhiger Ort zum Meditieren sein. Wo war ich denn hier vorhin lang gegangen? Was ist denn hier? Oh, da kommt man hier von oben an die Slums ran. Falls man das mal bräuchte. Hier mal wieder Slums. Bottle of Wine. Jetzt in der Stadt. Wo komme ich hier raus? Hier weiter auch schon mal. Wieso habe ich eine Truhe nicht gefunden gehabt letztes Mal? Bin ich wieder blind durch die Gegend gelaufen. May the gods be kinder to you than they were to us, stranger. Achievement unlocked, avid reader. Wenn ich hier noch weitergehe, dann komme ich hier an diesen besagten Ort, wo man gut meditieren können sollte. Ich weiß nicht, ob das damit gemeint ist, wenn ich ehrlich bin. Ja, possibly the last bottle of wine in the city. Nummer 2. Wenn ich die... Ah. These might be climbable if only they could support my weight. Ist das so schwer? Muss hier voll irgendwie leichter werden. The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Olivia. The place is called Accursed. Or Accursed. Here Titus offers up his innards to be torn, stretched out over 9 fields. You, Tantalus, cannot catch the drops of water, and the tree you grasp at eludes you. You, Sisyphus, attack or pursue the stone that always returns. Ixion turns and follows after himself and flees. The 49 bleeds, who dare to plot the destruction of their cousins, their husbands, fetch again with incessant labor the water they have lost. Okay. Bin drüber, super. Also funktioniert das tatsächlich. Das ist ja eine gute Nachricht an sich. Nimm dich nur vor den High-Level-Mobs da unten in Acht, aber ansonsten... Jetzt hier ein Drachen-Pokémon fangen. Diese Door is locked. Fisch. Ja, Fisch. Ja, okay. Da unten sollte auf jeden Fall ein Elite, ja, Dingens, Shelterer rumlaufen. So, toll, aber kann Delsius nicht assassinieren, ohne irgendwas zu haben, was Schaden an ihm macht, schätze ich mal.
Oh, back again. Very well.
Obvious the thief stole my purse and whoever wrote this did not get to finish.
Wonder how much one of these statues is worth on the outside.
Das Brot mitnehmen. Ist das im Inventar dann tatsächlich? Yay, 5 Stück habe ich schon.
Wonder how much one of these statues is worth on the outside.
Ja, da hat er seine Locked Chest. You will guide you. Who is she? So, ich fürchte dann... Da muss sie hier jetzt leider... Nee, schade. Hat das getriggert.
You have to do something. A man arrived in the bar.
Ja, ja. What's this? My problem.
Just callous.
Just careless. Good luck. Warum läuft sie eigentlich immer da rein? Auch wenn man sich nicht mit ihr verabredet. Okay, dann nehmen wir das jetzt mal so hin, was jetzt passiert ist. Komme ich hier hoch? Komme hier hoch. Ich kann auf dem Dach rumlaufen. No! Wenn ich auf dem Dach rumlaufen kann, dann komme ich vielleicht auf das Dach vom Tempel. Vielleicht komme ich von oben in den Tempel rein. Vielleicht sterbe ich auch einfach, weil ich in meinen Tod springe. Wie lange ist denn der her? War hier ist ein richtiger Laden. Ich habe mich ausgewählt. Okay. Ja, das hat ja gut gepasst. Wie das nochmal so.
Help! You have... You...
Oh, ist mir egal, lass mich doch hier aus dem Event raus. Ich kann doch eh nicht verhindern, dass sie stirbt. Vielleicht ja andersrum. Vielleicht muss ich den Bogen von dem Typen kriegen. Damit ich dann ihr sagen kann, im nächsten Time Loop, hey, ich mach das schon. Das scheint mir aber genau nicht zu bringen, dass ich hier oben jetzt drauf bin. Oh Mann. Vielleicht komme ich aber tatsächlich rüber auf die andere Seite. Ah, jetzt habe ich es geschafft. Interessant. Bin ich auf dem Amphitheaterdach. Und nun? Kann ich von hier aus exekutieren? Geht das? Mir ist das irgendwie weggerannt. Der rennt da irgendwo. Hä? Und der auch in den Slums?
Salve. Ah, back. Very
Ja.
well.
Aha.
Vote for Malleolus for a free drink at my tavern. Unless you want me to slip some hemlock into your next drink. Get out.
So, wenn ich Hemlock hätte, könnte ich ihn eventuell vergiften.
Oh, do us all a favor and drink hemlock, Cap.
Ich mag auch keinen.
You, Sisyphus, attack or pursue the stone. And
Ich will mal behaupten, das Einfachste wäre, zu beobachten, wie man dann hier stirbt. Oder wie die goldene Regel gebrochen wird. Und dann darauf hinzuarbeiten, das zu verhindern. Na, dann wissen wir ja generell, wer es war und gehen in der Zeit zurück und können dann damit arbeiten. Eine Vase. Okay. Ah. Autsch. Lampe. Loading. Interessant. Wenn wir hier... Da ist eine Lyra. Und von hier aus in diesen Höhentrakt kommen. Dann kommen wir vielleicht auch von der anderen Seite da rein. Das sieht tödlich aus, aber ich kann da nicht runterfallen, tatsächlich. Und vielleicht auf der anderen Seite rein und könnten im neuen Cycle dadurch hinter die... Oh nein, wir haben hier einfach irgendwie... Okay, habe ich jetzt nicht gerechnet. Was ich gerade sagen wollte, damit könnten wir eventuell hinter die Frau kommen, die dann in dem zusammenbrechenden Tempelding da stirbt. Archaeologist. Hallo, wer sind Sie?
Prometheus in your hand. Remarkable. Welcome, welcome. May I ask your name? It's a sincere pleasure to meet you. Tell me, what brings you all the way down here? Then perhaps the fates brought you here to learn the secrets of this place. I will tell you everything I know. But first, a request. I've been living down here alone for many years, with nobody to talk to but myself. The one thing I long for above all else before I die is a good philosophical argument with somebody astute. I'm hoping that person is you. Let us find out with this simple question. Have you deduced the name of the god responsible for the golden rule?
Not yet.
You have much to learn. It's best if you figure it out on your own. Come back once you've made progress. Then you should speak with your contemporaries in the city above. Ask them about their stories and see if you detect a pattern. It is best if you come to this realization.
Okay. Interessant. Tab. Schwimmen konnte man ja, ne? Abgesehen davon, dass das gar nicht so tief ist. Diese door is locked.
You've returned.
Yes, to pass by. Bye. Achso. Dann kommen wir nur wieder hierhin zurück, okay. Nicht nirgends reinspringen, auf jeden Fall.
You've returned.
Das sah so aus, als gäbe es hier noch mehr. Aber dann wohl nicht. Geh mir wieder raus. Ich habe gesehen, dass man Elite-Pokémon tatsächlich auch ohne Kampf ganz easy fangen kann. Man muss denen nur wirklich deren Lieblingsfutter hinwerfen. Dann werden die grün von der Fangrate her. Und von hinten erwischen ist dann auch easy, weil sie ja futtern. Alles möglich. Also am besten, du machst diese Köder aus ihrem Lieblingsfutter. Also wenn da zum Beispiel steht, dass ein Pokémon, also im Deck steht es ja, dass ein Pokémon, weiß nicht, Bohnen gerne isst, dann machst du den Köder, wo du die Bohnen für brauchst und dann kannst du die damit füttern und die stehen da so sehr drauf, dass sie dann sich easy fangen lassen. Auch Elite-Pokémon. Aber das habe ich auch heute erst festgestellt, beziehungsweise gesehen im Internet, weil ich heute auch erst wieder Zeit gefunden habe, auch mal zu recherchieren. Oh, ein Bogen. Gib mir den Bogen.
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. Do you know where he is?
Wenn Sinelbeeren schon reichen, ist ja easy.
I'm not sure I
War schön.
believe that, so allow me to explain something to you. I am here with orders from Emperor Nero himself to find and execute the cultist Quinctius for terrible crimes against the Empire. So, if you tell me the truth, I will allow you to live. But if you lie to me or otherwise obstruct the Emperor's business in any way, I will put this arrow through your chest. Is that understood?
Ich glaube, der, den du suchst, der nennt sich hier unten anders.
Thank you. Now tell me, who are you people, and what is this place?
That's a small community of strangers who wound up here by accident. Why don't you put that bow down and you can come in and see for yourself?
A small community. I was told Quinctius was a cultist, but I never thought he'd be foolish enough to lead me right to the heart of his mystery cult.
Wait, what's a mystery cult?
Oh, don't play coy with me. I don't care if you're worshipping Bacchus, Magna Mater, or Christ. You lot are all the same to me. Always sneaking off to your secret sanctuaries, indoctrinating each other with your little mantras. The Emperor may have tolerated your activities up until now, but after what Quinctius did, those days are numbered. You say that, but if you're not a cult, then why go to such great lengths to keep this place a secret?
See, we are trapped in here.
You're not allowed to leave.
Now that we're not allowed to leave, we physically can't leave. There's no out.
Threatening me is not going to help you. But in any case, that sounds an awful lot like a cult to me. And I saw the inscription saying, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one." I take it this is some kind of mantra you all believe?
Mantra's a warning.
A distinction without a difference. You've clearly been indoctrinated into this nonsense. Now tell me,
Na, hat einen Punkt, aber
get enough gold to make all these statues?
everyone's people were turned into gold as punishment.
Practicing human sacrifice too.
Das wird nicht besser. You're distorting what I said.
Yes, yes, because I'm the real villain here. It's all clear to me now.
Gut.
The secret sanctuary, the indoctrination, the mantra, the human sacrifice. You're cultists. There's no doubt in my mind. What baffles me is how a person can believe in something with such zeal. They just can't see what they've become. However, you still have a chance to redeem yourself by telling me where Quinctius is. Do not waste it.
Also, der Quinctius, der lebt hier unten unter einem anderen Namen und führt ein Leben als Händler.
Gold? I don't care about gold. You don't seem to understand the situation, so let me make it abundantly clear. The only thing I care about is carrying out my duty to execute the cultist Quinctius. I have spent many exhausting months tracking this arsonist through cities and villages, roads and forests, bribing stubborn travelers and peasants for leads. At times, I was so bone-tired I could have sworn I'd approached the brink of death. But still, day and night, I pressed on for the glory of the Emperor. So, you see, I know he's here. Turning back is not an option, and right now, the only thing standing between me and my triumphant return to Rome is you. So, for the last time, are you going to tell me where he is? Or do I have to put an arrow in you and ask the next person I meet?
Ich muss ja sagen, ich finde dieses Gesicht von dem richtig gut gemacht. Alleine dieser Blick, dass er dir so in diese Augen starrt. Oh.
Very well. Here's what I know. He's a 40 to 50-year-old man with distinctive eyes, one green and one blue. He's also known to have delusions of grandeur. The Emperor says he and his cult, your cult, are responsible for starting the fire which burnt half of Rome to the ground and killed thousands.
Der könnte tatsächlich hier unten sein, ne?
Who are you to challenge what the Emperor says? Were you there? Do you have spies and scouts all over Rome, like he does? No, you do not. This is your last chance. Are you going to tell me where he is or not? Ah, suddenly it's all coming back to you, is it?
Meliodas ist das.
Thank you. For your service to the Empire, I'll let you live for now, but you'd best make sure our paths don't cross again.
He will guide you. Dann beeile ich mich mal, wa? Weil ich mir vorstellen kann, dass der sich jetzt aufmacht, einen Mord zu begehen und wir dann ein Problem haben. Oh, toll. Oh, toll. Und da ist auch nur das Loch, wo man durchgefallen kam, in einer anderen Zeit. Hier hinten scheint es nichts zu geben. This is your last chance. The 10th time. This is your very last chance. Your very, very, very last chance. Your final chance. Huh. Interesting. Nothing here though. Wenn ich hier klettern könnte, dann, naja. Loading! Ja. Wofür denn Fall?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Ja, okay. Wäre ich dem mal gefolgt, wa? Macht alle zu Gold. Das ist okay. Aber ich hatte gehofft, dass ich vielleicht einfach, wenn er jetzt so abgeschossen wurde, seinen Bogen mir schnappen könnte. Na gut. Oh, oh, oh. Geh weg. Wow. Hallo? Oh Gott. Oh Gott. Oh Gott. Da soll die raus. Definitiv raus. Oh Gott. Oh Gott. Schnell durch da. Ich hatte schon keine Energie mehr. Da wurde ich kurz gierig und dachte mir, hey, warum schnappst du dir nicht einfach
Salve, friend.
noch den Schlüssel?
Mind telling me who you
Dann mache ich das
are?
jetzt gleich.
You look like you've just taken on a glad. All right then.
Naja. Jetzt hole ich mir nur den Schlüssel. Regeneriere ich eigentlich? Ah ja, tatsächlich. Energie regeneriert sich langsam.
I love your clothes. So
Wieder kein Shiny Windflare.
you stay away from my money.
Ich bin ja übrigens großer Fan von diesem Schneckenschleim-Drachen-Pokémon. Irgendwie finde ich das cool. Aber dann warte ich nochmal gerade auf die Energie. Aber man kann es in diesem Spiel einfach nicht verwenden, weil das zu langsam ist. Damit kommst du immer als Zweiter dran und musst teilweise auch Runden aussetzen. Und das ist fatal einfach. Drache Stahl, ja. Genau das. Oh, Schnecke.
The many shall
Hallo,
suffer.
was ist denn da dran? Oh, ein Diary. Okay, Moment, Spiel ist angehalten. Okay. Dear Diary, today I'm celebrating. I made the easiest 1000 denarii I've ever made by selling a way out to a desperate fool. Of course, it may not have been the way out she was hoping for, but Hemlock still counts. That'll teach her for insulting my hair. And since I didn't break the golden rule, I may have to try this again sometime. Dear Diary, it worked again. Now I'm another 1000 denarii richer. Thanks to Ulpius and his desperation to escape. Of course, there's very little to spend money on here, but just having it gives me a little thrill. For a brief moment at least. Schau mal an. Was ist also? Dear Diary, finally I have something to spend my money on. Malleolus is running for magistrate in the election tomorrow, and he promised that for a sufficient tribute, I'll be able to move into the old Sentius villa once it's vacated. How he plans to achieve that, he wouldn't say, but still, I'd better make sure he wins. Okay, da ist eine leere Seite. Maniac. Hallo, bye. Guck mal, so kommt man auch easy an Money. Das war alles, was ich hätte tun müssen. Also wenn du es weißt, dann kannst du dir eine richtig einfache Route durch dieses Spiel legen eigentlich. Aber irgendwie hätte ich Bock dann mal so ein Perfect Run zu machen, wo man einfach eins nach dem anderen perfekt abarbeitet.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina?
Ergibt das Sinn? Wird mir ja gerade lost. Das ist das Einzige, was ich noch nicht gesagt habe.
Well, just can't have you disrespecting the gods by accident. But listen, most you seem very live by our law. All right, friend.
Maverick. Warte mal. So. Wir generell mal das Game saven, ne?
Ixion turns.
Ah, das ist die Livia, von der wir was gefunden haben. Kann ich dir ansprechen? Hallo Livia.
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls.
Diese Tropfen, die hier runterfallen. Solche Dinger.
The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives. They never do. The newly arrived are ignorant of the road before them.
Sorry, Lady. So.
Help! You have to do something.
You hear that? What?
What? We don't... What? All right, fine. Come and find me in my bakery instead. Please be careful.
Ah, sie ist die Bäckerin. Ich hab sie gerettet. Oh, egal. Früher ohne Gehäuse bezog sie nur das Pokémon, richtig. Ja. Yes, I saw him worshiping in a small room around shrine just inside the city, second building on your left.
Thank you for your service to the Empire.
Okay. So, dem folge ich jetzt und dann nehme ich ihm den Bogen ab, wenn er dann gedingst wird. Ist jedenfalls der Plan. So. Früher ohne Gehäuse bezog sich noch das Pokémon. Ja, richtig. Ich glaube, ich finde es mit Gehäuse tatsächlich auch besser, auch wegen dem Subtypen Stahl noch dazu. Aber wie gesagt, das ist einfach so langsam. Und es hält ja halt auch nicht mehr viel aus. Also, es hat mehr Defensive als manch anderes Pokémon, aber trotzdem ist ja alles in diesem Spiel maximal 3-Hit. Au, da geht er rein. Ah, es gefällt mir. Ein Wooden Bow. A Bounty Notice. Kleine Bow. Kommt da noch was? Lead resolved straight as an arrow. Okay. By order of Emperor Nero. All loyal sons of Rome are ordered to hunt and execute the arsonist and murderer Tiberius Quinctius Crispus. Der macht, dass alle schön crispy sind. Sorry. A citizen from the Aventine district of Rome. He is about 40 to 50 years old. He is average height, average build, has dark hair, and has one green eye and one blue eye. He is typically clean-shaven. He is a known associate of cultists and suffers from delusions of grandeur. Ticken wir mal. Fletched Arrow und eine Münze.
You there. I'm sorry to trouble you, but I couldn't help but notice that fine bow you're carrying.
I don't carry any bow.
To get your hands on it, especially in the light of our dear old man. And before you ask, no, I wouldn't dream of trying to buy it from you. I have no use for a wooden bow myself. But I would like to propose a joint business venture of sorts.
Natürlich willst du das. Na, den
You're not interested in amassing riches beyond imagining. You sure?
Ja, klar.
Tell me, do you have any idea how people here end up as golden statues? And here I was thinking I was the only one to figure it out. In any case, supposedly one or two of those arrows is enough to turn a full-grown man into gold. Now, of course, that is a travesty, a terrible, horrible waste of human life, which has to be stopped. And yet, on the other hand, I can't help but think of a tale told by that Greek fella Aesop, the goose that laid the golden egg. With the ability to transmute organic matter into gold, one could create infinite wealth. Use your imagination. Golden animals, insects, trees and plants. The Midas touch without the draw. even if we were to split all those riches between the two of us, half of infinite wealth is still infinite. Interested?
Irgendwie habe ich heute Probleme mit meiner Stream-Vorschau. Okay, das könnte an okay. Vielleicht liegt das an der Auslastung meiner GPU. Okay. The Golden Goose is meant to be. Ja.
Look, I might have skimmed over that one, but don't be so pedantic. Are you interested or not? Oh, I'm not suggesting we use such a bow on people. There's no profit in breaking the golden rule. Excellent. So the first question is, how do we get our hands on one of those golden bows? Now, I have a plan, but first, tell me, are you familiar with the story of the goddess Diana? No problem. Allow me to explain. Diana is our goddess of the hunt, the moon, and the underworld, depending on who you ask. The one thing priests and poets agree on is that she carried with her a golden bow and a quiver of golden arrows. And it just so happens that there is a shrine of Diana in this very forum, with a prominent statue of the goddess herself. And would you like to guess what she's holding in her hand? Precisely. I can't tell you how many hours I've spent in that temple staring at it, trying to figure out how to retrieve it without breaking you-know-what. Oh, gods no! If you tried that, we'd all be dead within moments, I'm sure. No, here's what I propose. You give your bow to me, I cover it in a thin layer of gold leaf, and we create a replica of a golden bow. Then you enter the shrine, extinguish the braziers, and under cover of darkness, swap out the fake for the original. It's not theft exactly, it's more of a trade. But make no mistake, this is a dangerous path, and there's no way of knowing where it will lead. But in my experience, all the best adventures begin with a risky first step. Now, you must have questions. Ask away. So, are you in, partner? Wonderful. Now, if you'll hand over your bow, I can get started applying a layer of gold leaf. This is a quality weapon. Now, bear with me for a moment.
Ich würde wirklich gerne ihn eigentlich erschießen.
Gold leaf bow.
Hey, Golden Bow.
Now I've gone and unlocked the Shrine of Diana for you, so as quick as you can, head on inside. It's just at the end of the street on the left. May the gods not watch over you.
Könnt ihr aber auch nicht irgendwie mal... Doch, ich könnte schießen. Okay. I see. Wie ist das? Ja, whatever. Ich habe doch immer noch hier die Möglichkeit, ihn zu verdächtigen und ihn zu exekutieren. Und ich will wissen, was passiert. Also machen wir das mal. Du fährst richtig die Zeit zurück. Bist schon dabei.
We're finally alone.
Ja.
Seems. Of course. Well, allow the crux to us if you the same. If either of those things. So the.
Ja.
Excellent.
So, ja. So.
Of course. Yes.
Jetzt dies hier.
Indeed. Thank you for. Well, as much. Thank you.
So. Dann haben wir das angenommen und dann schauen wir mal, was passiert, wenn wir das tun. Broad Daylight könnte ich ihn einfach erschießen und dann gehe ich mal davon aus, dass ich gesündigt habe und die Zeit zurückgedreht werden muss. So. Nein, dich will ich nicht anleuchten, ich will dich schießen, wenn ich ehrlich bin. daneben. Ich ziehe mir Controller, ne?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Yes. Bye bye. Okay. Ich wollte es mal ausprobiert haben. Und Cycle Reset.
Salve, friend. Oh.
Oh. Das ist gut.
All right, let me see. Stop Fabia going in, but send the new arrival to the empty shrine. Understood. Yulia.
Is about to throw himself off the Great Temple balcony. Tell him Julia will be fine and give him this purse of 2,000 denarii to pay off.
But how did you... All right, of course. I'll go.
Das ist nice. Dann kann man ihn also quasi benutzen, um seinen Progress ganz easy wiederherzustellen.
The 49 melodies fetch again with incessant
Noch hat er es aber nicht hierher geschafft. Also da macht das auch in Echtzeit. Das ist cool. Das ist sehr cool. Ich bin mir nicht ganz sicher, ob die Reihenfolge jetzt die optimale ist eigentlich. So von der Dringlichkeit her ist, glaube ich, die vergiftete Person wichtiger als die Person, die da an der Treppe wartet und nichts macht, bis man sie anspricht. So, hi. Bye, scheinbar.
Lucretia, no time to explain. I'm supposed to give you the Sylphium resin for Yulia.
Filthy, lying degenerate.
Funktioniert jedes Mal. Den Bogen habe ich aber noch. Könnte aber einen neuen nehmen.
Salve and welcome. Need something? Oh, there's not much to tell. I mostly just bake bread and try to help out where I can. I suppose it all started about 8 months ago. I was living in Rome with my family when I got sick. Terrible timing. My pa had just arranged a husband for me, a fisherman's son. I was about to meet him for the first time when I came down with an awful fever. I spent the next week in bed. Pa paid priests to make offerings to Asclepius, a white rooster, then a goat. But nothing worked. In the end, they decided I'd do better outside the city. Clean air in the countryside would do me good, they said. after about a day in a carriage on the Appian Way, I was getting worse, not better. I remember closing my eyes for a bit, and I guess I must have fell asleep, because when I opened them again, I was in a forest by a river. I suppose the driver took off with his fee and left me for dead.
I don't know what to say.
Can't say I blame him. I wouldn't have wanted to catch what I had either. Anyway, I went searching for help, stumbled across the trapdoor temple, and here I am.
I will.
It's nice of you to say, but you should save your sympathy. Lots of people here need it more than I do. All right. Thanks again for taking care of our problem. I won't forget it.
Interessant, dass sie dann das auch auf uns bezieht.
I'm sorry to trouble you, but I couldn't help but notice, in fact,
Okay, ja, bla,
you've
funny
given me
that.
an idea for a scheme that will make us both. Then you enter the shrine, but make no mistake, but it might
Ja.
because the gods would see you, of course. Hence, I'm not. When Prometheus stole fire from the god, only because he was silly enough to get caught. So, are you in, partner?
If you don't like action or horror elements, feel free to decline.
Now I've gone and unlocked the Shrine of Diana for you, so as quick as you can, head on inside. It's just at the end of the street on the left. May the gods not watch over you.
Könnte ich da also rein? Heute. So, und du fragtest, warum nicht einen anderen Grund? Den anderen Grund mal wählen. Ich kann es ja mal versuchen, vielleicht ändert das was. Wer weiß. Hello.
Is that? See. Of course.
Machen wir das. Schön, dass ich eigentlich eben auch nicht sagen kann, dass das der also, man ist jetzt gerade schon tot, ne? Aber rein theoretisch müsste doch in diese Liste auftauchen. You ask for help figuring out how to turn people into gold.
When you say he asked for help, you're not thinking of helping him, are you? Good. But still, he's been trying to enlist help with this for months. Even if you don't help him, it's only a matter of time before he becomes desperate enough to do it himself. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. But before we proceed, I must ask, are you sure he's the one? Well then, in that case, as much as it pains as magistrate, I hear...
Okay.
Thank you.
Execute your suspect.
Oh, another one fresh out of the baths, I take it.
On your best behavior, I trust.
Das heißt aber auch, ich sollte mal mich drum kümmern, wieder an Money zu kommen. Weil ich das ja immer weggebe. Ich hatte zwar noch einmal eine Rettung, aber... Aber das war's dann auch. Wie viele Bögen habe ich denn jetzt? Normalen? Einen goldenen. Wenn ich den jetzt abschieße, könnte ich mir noch das Money aus der Dingens holen?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Hier komme ich ja rein, ne? Bin ich rein und hier komme ich hoch. Hier oben ist, glaube ich, keiner. Hier bin ich ja relativ... Okay, hier ist doch jemand. Oh Gott. Oh Gott. Ich muss schnell mitnehmen. Und raus hier. Nein, ich bin gestorben. Ach, wo sind denn meine Saves? Schade. Ich hatte gehofft, dass das ginge. So, aber auf jeden Fall bringt es mir ja nichts, ihn zu erschießen. Ach, einmal die falsche Taste gedrückt, ne? Ich kann das nochmal. Figure out how to get into the upper cistern. Ich kann ja generell mal reinschauen in die Zisterne. Aber ich hätte gerne nochmal Fabia with Thread in Virgil. Das habe ich verkackt. Warum? Gib mir jetzt nochmal das Money. Einfach um es aufzufüllen, sag ich mal.
I'm not. I should. This is outrageous.
Ja. Bye.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Bin falsch gelaufen. Oh, ja. Oh meint. Oh Gott. Oh Gott. Oh Gott. Okay, so. Aber funny, so leicht kommt man an Geld. Dann lasse ich ihn jetzt mal nichts machen. Weil mir jetzt gerade alles egal ist. Wir schauen jetzt in die Zisterne rein.
Ixian turns.
Da witzig, so können wir eigentlich ihn letztendlich den Helden sein lassen, indem wir irgendwann einfach mal ankommen und sagen, hier, mach einfach alles. Ich warte hier so lange und dann löst er einfach alles.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
Hey, you're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you?
Maybe I am.
Nobody's told you about Hannibal? Ugh, why do I have to do everything round here? So, there was one day...
Ja, wissen wir.
What any sane person would have done. I legged it out of there and put a sign at the door to warn the... Good idea.
Ja, gewille Miss. Geh rein. So, Zisterne. Hey, that worked. Es lebt noch. Glaube ich. Es lebt noch oder so ähnlich. Oh, ich glaube, da müsste ich hoch irgendwie. Meinst du, ich kann diese Dinger erklimmen, wenn die golden sind? Ja, natürlich, was? Dass ich die dann einfach mit dem Diana-Bogen abschießen muss. Pendant. LF. Bisschen Money. Lupp. Eigen. Da scheint es nicht viel zu geben. Na gut. Dann kann ich ja fast nur durch diese Wand da noch durch, ne? Hier komme ich her. Hier komme ich nicht hoch. Noch nicht, jedenfalls. Sonst gibt es hier nicht viel. Ah, crushed creature. An emaciated humanoid creature spattered in gold. It appears to have been crushed to death while entering the cistern from the cave beyond. Money. Ein Quiver. Quiver ist nice. Ja, dann machen wir das wohl mal mit dem... Auch wenn ich mich ganz und gar nicht mit dem Scharlatan da zusammentun will.
You there. I'm sorry to trouble you, but I couldn't help but notice that fine gold leaf bow you carry. In fact,
Ja, ja. Ja.
So, now I've gone. It's just at the end of the street on the.
Okay. Rein auf Diana. Oh. Also das Surren, was ich hörte von draußen auf dem Dach, gefällt mir gar nicht. Wage ich es? Ja, mit blau-grünen Augen bisher noch nicht. Drauf geachtet, wenn ich ehrlich bin. Das macht nix. Oh Gott. Oh Gott. Oh Gott. Das ist ja das Richtige für mich, ne? Boah. Das Geräusch allein ist furchtbar. Large Statue. Sollte sich hier nicht eigentlich eine Frau eingeschlossen haben? Also nebenbei. When on his knees as if uttering a desperate prayer, clearly it fell on deaf ears. Attempt to steal.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Oh Gott, es ist locked. Wenn ich hier schon einen Quiver bekomme. Und diese da sind. Das ist auch so eine Sache. Nicht so aus. Danke für den Hinweis, Sasa. Oh. Nee, kann ich nicht. Hätte ja sein können, dass ich da tatsächlich mal... hier wegpacken. So, okay. Meinst du, jetzt sieht man mich dabei nicht? Ja, skeptisch. Lass mich auf dich drauf. Weißt du? So. Ich finde es ja noch relativ hell. Jetzt kann ich replacen. Okay. Das ist wieder angegangen dabei. Gary.
Is that you, partner? Do you have the bow? Wonderful. Just go ahead and slide it under the door for me and I'll unlock it for you. A little bit slow, aren't you? Yes, I locked you in. And until you give me my bow, you're gonna stay in there, like Tantalus in Tartarus.
How is this not against the golden rule? You said you'd split the riches between the two of us.
No, technically, I never said that. I said, if we were to split all those riches between the two of us, infinite wealth is still infinite. It's hardly my fault if you can't tell the difference between a hypothetical and a promise, now is it? Oh, I do love a good loophole.
How can I trust you after you double-crossed me like this? Hit me out right now, or when I free myself, I'm going to kill you.
You're just gonna have to take your chances, I'm afraid. The bow, now. And don't even think about giving me the fake one. I'll recognize my own handiwork.
Golden bees.
I would reconsider my position quickly if I were you. I'm not sure if you noticed, but you're stuck in there with a hornet's nest, and they can be rather aggressive toward intruders. You know, some say it takes 27 hornet stings to kill a man, but I always wondered how anyone could have known that. Let's find out if they were right, shall we?
Oh je. Oh Gott, da sind mehr. Aber da konnten wir ganz gut ausnutzen, dass Gold sehr schwer ist. Das ist ja was. Mal loaden. Matched arrows. Das Wasser. Punch stick. This must be what the Romans use instead of toilet paper. It appears to be for communal use. Best to put this back immediately. Yes. Warum ist das Spiel so? Erst das runterpinkeln, jetzt das. Oh, ist das hier so? Sind diese goldenen Schmetterlinge das Zeichen dafür, dass ich da mit einem goldenen Pfeil drauf schießen soll? Oh, ein Archer. Das ist ziemlich cool. Das trifft er. Ich glaube, ich weiß, wo wir sind.
My beloved Galatea, I write this so that one day, when we're finally together, you will understand what I've done and why I had to do it. The others will call me mad or a monster, but I don't care what they think. Everything I'm doing here, I'm doing for you. I'll start at the beginning. Soon after my arrival here, as I walked down a corridor lined with golden statues, I thought I heard a whisper behind me. A rasp of air, as if vocal cords of metal strained to say a word or two. I tried to dismiss the idea, tried to concentrate on my work as the city's medic, but that tortured whisper haunted me. Weeks later, in the hallway to the bathhouse, I heard it again and found myself drawn to the statue of a Roman woman wearing a stola. Her face was contorted with anguish and fear, and, disturbingly, it was as if she was looking right at me. As I walked past her, I heard that strained whisper again, and turning back, I discovered that, even though I had moved, she was still looking right into my soul. That was when it dawned on me. This was no statue. This was a woman trapped within that golden prison. Naturally, I told the others, but when I could not reproduce the results of my experiment, they would not believe me. But from that moment on, I knew the full horror of this place. Immobilized within these statues are living human beings. It was that day, my love, that my heart broke.
Das glaube ich. Das glaube ich gerne. Okay. Da oben erstmal hinkommen? Weiß er nicht? Ja, das hat gar nicht so viel Leben gekostet, wie ich befürchtet habe. Können wir nochmal machen. Das ist ja sicherlich zu weit. Oder? Wird auch springen. Sprungtasten gibt's auch. Los. Tatsächlich geklappt. Oh, Arrows, wie nett. Hey, das funktioniert. Ach, jetzt kann ich hier tatsächlich hochklettern. Hochklettern, nicht runterfallen, bitte. Danke. Wo sind wir jetzt? Find a way into the palace. Dann. Für die will ich doch aber keinen goldenen, oder? Naja, nehmen wir es mal. Oh Gott. See. Okay. Dann, Moment. Dann öffne ich erstmal hier. Kann ich das öffnen überhaupt? Nö. Ich hatte jetzt gedacht, dass ich das aufmachen kann. Schade. Die eine gekickt, die andere stellt sich hin. Oh Mann. Oh. Toll. Ob ich jetzt alle vergoldenen dürfte? Oder wäre das eine Sin?
You're not supposed to be here.
So, da ist keine. Ja. So schön, dass sie sich hier so verbarrikadiert hat, aber jetzt vielleicht im Inneren ziemlich übertrieben, weil... Reicht das nicht, die Türen zuzumachen? Just saying. So. Hm? Warte. Nicht rüber? Ah, da. Meinte sie mit down there. Nein. Geht weg. Das ist vielleicht ein bisschen doof. Oh Mann. Wann war denn der letzte Save? Oh cool. Gerade eben. Oh, das ist der falsche Bogen. Das ist der richtige Bogen. Oder? Oder habe ich mittlerweile mehrere von den goldenen? So. Das gefällt mir schon besser. So hatte ich das vor. Ich habe nur nicht schnell genug an den Bogen dran. Schieß doch. Ich nehme das so an. So haben wir schon. Okay. Wenn ich jetzt laufe und springe. Ja, nice. Bogenschießen gar nicht so einfach. Hälfte der Zeit zeigt sie auch einfach keine Wirkung. Wo man eigentlich trifft. Okay, kann ich da? Hätte auch hier hochgekommen? Brauchte ich jetzt aber nicht. Okay. Mehr Arrows. Hat sie die erschaffen? Waren das ihre Experimente? Das würde ich echt als Madness bezeichnen. Wenn die sich schon dafür bedanken, dass man sie förmlich erlöst. In ihren Qualen. Aber interessant, dass das dann... dass das dann scheinbar nicht als Sünde gilt. Selbst Menschen in Goldstatuen, Zombie-Skelette zu verwandeln. Aber wie soll das auch, wenn der Gott das selbst tut, ne? Dann würde der ja sündigen. Bisschen blutig. Filthy rags spattered with blood and gold flakes from a grotesque surgical procedure. It looks like this custom-made rag has been used to hold down golden statues and peel the golden layer from them. Gruesome. Nevia must have been using these brutal-looking surgical tools to peel the statues. Oh. Also hat die versucht, die Frage ist, welches Ende ist das hier? Ist das überhaupt schon ein Ende? Keine Ahnung. Aber, also hat sie nicht andere in Statuen verwandelt, sondern sie hat die Statuen, die schon da waren, wo sie herausgefunden hatte, dass da Menschen drin sind. Da hat sie die Menschen rausholen wollen, indem sie das Gold abschält. Okay, so ich will erstmal das lesen, bitte.
My beloved Galatea, after I learned the terrible truth about the golden statues, I wandered the city as if in a nightmare. What must life be like for these poor souls, entombed in gold, but kept alive somehow? Trapped in their own personal Tartarus, consigned to eternal torment, too horrific for any sane mind to comprehend. I tried to offer them what small mercies I could. I began to talk to them, to keep them company. I'd imagine backstories for them, give them names, and tell them of the world, of the histories and stories I'd learned as a child. As the others became more concerned by my charity, I sought solitude from them, preferring the company of my tormented charges. Discovering a way into the abandoned palace, I began to spend my days walking its halls and sharing with its occupants ancient tales, my mind turning to those of Apollo and Daphne, Perseus and Medusa, and Pygmalion and Galatea. Pygmalion, the sculptor who fell in love with a beautiful statue, and who, praying to Aphrodite for aid, discovered that his beloved Galatea had come to life. It was then that I heard you whisper to me, Galatea. Forgive me. I know that is not your real name, just one I have borrowed from a story. But when I turned to look at you, I saw the most exquisitely beautiful woman I have ever known. Your face, forever frozen in a look of haunting sadness. Our meeting gave me new purpose, to free you from your golden prison, so that I might one day hear you speak, not just whisper your true name to me. So I gathered tools for the long and difficult task ahead, barred the doors to this place, and set to work.
Mhm. Mhm. Das ist mir wahrscheinlich leider ein Stück zu hoch, oder? Den kann ich's holen? Müsste ich ja eh irgendwann machen. Mir eher aus wie eine Brücke dann. Ja, doch dadurch. Da wurde auch schon mal mit Pfeilen geschossen. Goldpfeilen, meine ich. Ja, und was macht ihr so? Oh Gott, da hätte ich schneller sein sollen. So. Kann ich hier rein? Gibt's hier was? Natürlich nicht. Da hätte ich echt einfach den Vorhang zuschießen sollen. Aber es besteht ja immer die Möglichkeit, dass da was Nützliches hinter ist. Hier nicht? Ah, ich habe nur noch 91 Pfeile. Mal ein bisschen sparen. 101, sorry. Wie war das noch? Die Kleinen, wenn du keinen Horror magst. Ja, aber wenn du das nicht erfahren willst, das ist ja auch... Dann mag ich Horror eigentlich. Horror ist interessant. Überleg mal, wenn du dieses ganze Stück hier skippst. Ist doch schade.
My beloved Galatea, my attempts at freeing these souls from their golden prisons have not been going to plan. My first charge was a Greek woman who I called Iodame after the Athenian turned to stone by Medusa. Drilling through the gold that encased her, I was vindicated by the discovery that beneath half an inch of gold, which is so rigid it must be some kind of alloy, was living flesh. Unfortunately, this golden alloy seems to have fused with her skin, so removing it exposed the sinew and muscle beneath and appeared to cause her great pain. At first, I braced myself, expecting that inflicting such pain would break the golden rule, and yet, somehow, it did not. It seems whichever god is responsible for imprisoning these poor souls does not care about their suffering at all. They are forsaken. Undeterred, I pressed on, working late into the night, attempting to remove the golden layer that encased her as delicately as I could. Eventually, I was able to free most of her body, but when I released her from her restraints, her first act was to lunge for my throat, clawing at me with all her strength and those sharp metal talons. This was my thanks for trying to save her. Whatever possessed Iodame to attack, she was clearly not a suitable subject for my experiment, and I was forced to lock her inside an isolated wing of the palace and bar the door. As I continued working on others, I could hear her flailing and launching herself at the other side endlessly. Regrettably, my other experiments bore similar results, and after relocating a few times, most of the palace is now too dangerous to work in. Still, as much as my heart aches to know that you're suffering, I cannot risk attempting to ungild you yet. Not until I have perfected a method that will bring you back to me, whole in both mind and body, and ensuring your humanity is preserved. I promise you this. One day we will be together, even if I have to free every last statue in this God's forsaken place.
Also sie hat auf jeden Fall einen kräftigen Antrieb. Guten Grund, das zu machen. Ich nicht eigentlich woanders mal gehen vorhin. Ich will halt noch nicht weiter. Ich will das hier alles... alles gründlich durchsuchen. Ah, auf einmal. So. Dann kommen die auch auf die andere Seite nicht raus. Komme ich hier eigentlich noch durch, so nebenbei? Nö, ne? Cool. Also ich muss jetzt diesen Weg zurückgehen. Aber das ist okay. Wollte ja eh gucken, ob hier noch was ist. Genau. War ja vorhin hier lang. Gehe ich jetzt halt auch wieder hier lang. Ah, die sind respawned. Was war das denn? Die Nase. Nee, jetzt komme ich hier nicht durch. Wohin ging das doch? Geht doch. Ui. Und dann ein. Dann sind wir ja gleich bei ihr, ne? Wow, hallo. Kick. Und Kick. Kann ich auch nicht rüber, ne? Also. Ist nicht so, als würde ich nicht versucht haben, auf das Dach zu kommen. More Arrow. Die Vase. Los, die Vase. So. Lockt das jemanden an? Hier ist niemand. Dann halt nicht. Durchgeschossen. Was ist das? Ein Fleckspiegel. Bong. It appears to be dead. Evidently its death didn't break the golden rule. Wie kann man sowas nur? Menschen antun, auch wenn sie in Statuen verwandelt wurden. Gab es da nicht auch mal so einen Horrorfilm? Wo Leute in Wachsfiguren eingegossen wurden, also die wurden dann betäubt, konnten das miterleben und wurden dann komplett mit Wachs überzogen und sich hinterher dann auch nicht mehr bewegen wegen dem Wachs und irgendwie sowas gab es doch mal als Horrorfilm. Da hat doch jemand dann ein ganzes Dorf quasi als Wachsfigurenkabinett nochmal aufgezogen. Hinter mir.
be the wretched snake who broke into my palace and disturbed my experiments. And worst of all, look at what you made me do to her. This never would have happened if you just stayed away. You're going to pay for that.
Good luck with that. Draw a golden bow.
Liar! I locked and barred the gate. I left a message warning you all to leave me alone. I just wanted to do my experiments in peace, for her. And now look at her. You made me turn the most beautiful woman I've ever seen into this. Look at her. She's in agony. All I wanted was to spend my last moments with her, to see her beautiful face, to hear her speak freely, instead of in those cryptic whispers. But as soon as I began my work, she stopped whispering to me. And now I discover she started whispering to you instead. What's so special about you?
Not just a statue whispering to me. A lot of them do it, but it's always the same voice.
What do you mean, the same voice?
It's like someone else is whispering to me through the statues.
Yes. I remember when they used to whisper to me. They did sound similar. I just thought it was because all voices sound the same when they whisper. But now that I think about it, they were all benevolent and seemed to share a common knowledge. But if these bodies are mere conduits for that one voice, then this body is nobody. And everything I've done here was... Wait, I see what you're doing. You're trying to steal her away from me. Were you planning to wait until I'd done all the hard work, then swoop in? Is that it? Liar! You tried to steal her away from me, and now look what you made me do. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't peel you too.
I ended up here by accident. All I want to do is leave.
What? What are you talking about?
I trapped in tunnels under the city and came up inside the palace.
So you're saying you weren't coming for us? So I did all this. I ruined her. For nothing. What
You were need to invite us.
Oh God, I feel sick. I can't bear the thought of her being like this. And in so much pain. It's the air. Coming into contact with her flesh. It's agonizing for them. But the only way to fix it will be to break the golden rule and let it run its course. At least that way she'd be golden again, and we'd be together. All it would take is one little cut.
Do this.
It's too late. There's nothing you can do. I have to do this. I'm sorry.
And cover her in gold again. Ja, das ist so ein guter Plan, oder?
What? Wind back time? What are you talking about?
Reliving the same day over and over again.
What? How is that possible?
I just need to get back to the shrine of Proserpina.
The goddess of the cycle of life and renewal, of course. But I'm confused. If you've harnessed the secrets of the gods, why tell me?
Because I know.
See. Well, I'll trust you to honor our bargain. But if you don't, mark my words. I'll break the golden rule and kill you and everyone else in this city. As a quid pro quo, here is the only thing of value I have left. The key to the chest in the Shrine of Apollo. There should be something in there that's useful to Lucretia.
Aber davon habe ich schon einen gefunden. Hä?
Now, please leave. The door here leads out onto the palace balcony. You should be able to make your way down from there. Go. And never return.
Bye-bye. So, was hat's mit der gemacht? Oh Gott. Yay. Survivor. Das ist interessant. Was das? Ich könnte hier auch eigentlich... Wenn ich mich geschickter anstelle, wieder hochklettern? Oder ist das eher so ein One-Way-Ticket gewesen? Kommen wir da nicht dran, ne? Daran scheitert es wohl. Ja gut, ist nicht so, als wollte ich da nochmal rein. Von daher. Oh. No. Ah, wir haben ja noch jemanden, der auf uns wartet. Unseren Partner. Schauen wir doch mal nach, was der so macht.
Whatever's in that great hello there, partner. I'm glad you're here. I think there might have been some confusion about my little practical joke earlier. You see, my plan was to give you a little fright. You know, like two friends joking around at the Saturnalia, and then surprise, I'd open the door. But when I opened it, you were gone. Partner, there's no need for threats. Yeah, well, I don't have to listen to this. Get lost.
Mhm. Nun gut. Kennen wir ja aber schon eigentlich, ne? Naja. Geben wir sie ihr.
What are you doing in here? Can't you see this? She needs the rest. What? You leave?
Vergessen, da war was.
A what? I'm sorry, I must have misheard you. I think it's your accent, because it sounded like you said, time traveler. But whatever kind of traveler you are, that was like the gods hearing my prayers and intervening. You just saved a person's life, and you should be proud of yourself. She might even be able to thank you herself in a few moments. And maybe she can tell us who poisoned her, and who she meant when she was muttering about that snake's cruel black eyes. In the meantime, I'm happy to help you with whatever it is you need. That's a shame. Thanks again.
Okay. Bist du jetzt geheilt? Stehst du auf?
Feeling all right? That's a shame.
Ah.
some... Alright.
Ich dachte, das könnte ihr helfen,
Harvey.
weil die aus dem Palast das sagte, aber scheinbar nicht. So, wir können jetzt aber hier noch rein. Ist das ganz oben? Tut es nicht. Nice. Anderen retten und zu ihr verfolgen. Das könnt ihr mal machen. Und wieder so teuer, weißt du, das kostet mich 2000. Kann ich hier rüberspringen oder wie? Tatsache. Italian Plumber. Ist ja gut. Ich schaue mich nur kurz um. Die Door ist locked. Hier raus? Auch locked. Ja. Wohl egal.
You. Who are you? Did he send you?
Hi. Das ist bestimmt die Tochter, oder?
Do you know you're here? You have to help me escape before that monster comes back. I'm Centilla. I found a way out through the Gate of Horn, but it's locked. So I told him about it, and instead of helping me escape, he locked me up. He wants to keep us all here forever, or until we're turned to gold. He's a monster. You have to let me go so we can kill him and take his key. Sentius, my adoptive father. Furies help me. I'll castrate and crucify him. I don't know. He said the gods are on his side because they don't want us to escape either. Behind me, there's an aqueduct tunnel bringing water from outside the city, so it should lead us outside. The only problem is it's barred by a heavy locked gate, and he has the only key. I'm going to take that key from around his neck, even if it means cutting his throat to get it. I'm done caring about the golden rule. I just want out. Help me, and we can escape together. There won't be enough time. Just you and me. What do you say?
Warte mal, wer die verschiedenen Augen hat. Ah. Aber hier. Erster Punkt ist natürlich ist ein guter Einwand. I'm sorry, but if I let you go, everyone else is going to die. What if I round everyone up so they are ready to escape once the golden rule is broken? Ja, wohin?
What? No. You can't just leave me here. How can you be so heartless? I hate you. I spit on you. I hope Diz drags you to Tartarus.
Genau, ich möchte nämlich erstmal Centius konfronten. Schade, dass die Tür noch zu ist. Might have a problem? Ich meine, ich könnte da wieder runterspringen hinter mir, aber... So, dann schauen wir dem Vater doch mal ganz genau in die Augen.
Citizen, we're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name? We have? Wait, I must have Is that about? See.
Ja.
Me? What are you talking about? You know, you remind me of him. Al Worth. The fellow who came through the portal before you. Come now. Surely you didn't think you were the only one here who remembered everything. You see, my connection to the portal somehow preserves my memories from one room to the next. Whether that was Proserpina's intention or a happy accident, I'll never know. But I'm surprised you hadn't noticed. Here I was thinking you were a little bit sharper than Al was. Or perhaps you're just more willing to break the rules. He was a moralistic fellow, never once compromised on his principles. And because of that fatal flaw, he relived this day many thousands of times before we finally had this conversation. I watched him come through the portal each time, always a little older, a little more disheveled, a little more haunted. And when he finally saw the futility of it all, as you're about to, it broke him. He drank a jug of wine, tied a noose around his neck, and took his own life, just before he was shot with a golden arrow. The next time I awoke, you showed up, but you've caught up to where he was so quickly. I mean, you've lived through the day, what, 8 times? Most impressive. And yet everything you've done has been in vain. All those people you murdered, thinking you were a hero, they died for nothing. Because there's no escape. Except the path that Al took, the path he wrote about on his tablet. What was it? Ah, yes. Best to take your own life now. So, you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it?
Die zweite Antwort ist herrlich. Ich nehme die hier.
Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I have grown attached to all this. My title, my beautiful villa.
Okay.
The sun on my face, the music of birds chirping. And as long as this day keeps repeating itself, I get to enjoy it all, over and over again, for eternity. Don't you see? I have found a way to prolong my life indefinitely. To cheat death. I have become, in effect, as immortal as the gods. Can you honestly say you would not wish the same for yourself?
Ein bisschen langweilig vielleicht, ne? Wenn das immer wieder derselbe Tag ist.
All weapons are to be tossed into the chasm. Magistrate's orders.
I certainly hope not. In fact, I want it to go on and on forever until you wither and die like Al did, and the gods send yet another useful idiot to extend my life for me. What are you going to do? Beg the gods for help? They don't care about you, and neither do I. Now, get out of my villa. I'm bored with you.
Ah. Interesting. Ich hätte aber noch 2 Leads. Aber das ist noch in golden. Versuchen wir es.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the
Geht
one.
nicht. Hallo. Ja, es geht nicht. Ist das der richtige Save? Ja. Waren wir uns das gerade nochmal?
So you survived the
Kann ich ihn jetzt noch darum bitten, Dulli freizulassen, so nebenbei?
I thought I told you to get out of my villa.
Ugh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here. What do you want? I trust you can see your...
Ja, okay. War nichts wert. War da nicht irgendwas von Secret Room hier drin? Naja. Egal. So, aber was machen wir denn jetzt mit Dulli?
I hope you have a good reason for that.
Moment, das heißt, wir hätten jetzt als Möglichkeit, die Wahl zu gewinnen. Ihn quasi von seiner Position zu verdrängen, ohne die goldene Regel zu brechen oder ähnliches. Ohne auf die Hilfe der Götter angewiesen zu
Make sure
sein.
you stay away from that empty shrine. It's going to collapse at any moment.
Denke ich jedenfalls. Oder?
Help! You have to... You... What?
Vielleicht kann ich ihm ja jetzt auch sagen, dass er den töten soll. Und dann schauen wir mal, was dann passiert. Weil, wenn der... The Empty Shrine, okay, das ist der falsche.
Thank you for...
Schade. Das wäre auch zu einfach gewesen. Dann wird es aber auf jeden Fall interessant, wie man denn,
Fortune smile on you, brother.
ja. Can hear you, yes. Wie man das zur Wahl kommen lassen könnte.
Thank you. Thank you. I am. Until then.
Und die gibt's ja auch noch.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Mach nochmal das Geld mitgenommen. Schon wieder falsch gelaufen. Bis ich uns hinkriege. So. Einmal Reset vom Day. Aber ist ja ein bisschen doof, dass er jetzt seine Erinnerung behält, wa? Dann ist ja nicht alles resettet, sag ich mal.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and what you're doing with that bow on your back?
Oh. Und ich hab da einen Bow.
All right then.
Ixion turns.
Ja.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
Ich könnte natürlich jetzt nochmal Scintilla befreien einfach und schauen, was dann passiert.
I thought I told you to get out of my villa. I'm bored with you.
Lanzenbrücke.
Don't mind me.
Ich glaube, da waren generell noch ein paar solche Sachen, ne? Ich befreie jetzt erstmal seine Tochter. Da unten rein.
Hey, you're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you?
Maybe.
Good.
Okay. Ja. Kann ich eigentlich? Ja, kann ich. Nice. Gedanken zu Ende formulieren. Kann ich eigentlich beim Klettern schießen? Wollte ich gerade wissen.
You? Who are you? Did you know you're here? You... We... what? Can't Am I going out of my mind? Are you going to let me go or not? What? No. Oh, thank you. Now follow. Wait. Did you hear that? He's here. He must be coming in through the door behind me. You distract him. Stay right here and keep him talking while I look for something I can use.
Okay. Hallo?
What did you do with Scintilla? Where is she? So that is how it's going to be. Oh well, this doesn't change anything for me. So, you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it?
Early rated mit 15 Leuten. Hallo, willkommen, kommt rein. Danke für den Raid. Guten Abend. Oh je, Überfall hier. Oh Gott. Die sind überall. Was habt ihr Schönes gespielt? Ich habe heute endlich mal The Forgotten City angefangen. Kommt mir hardly bekannt vor. Bioshock, oh Gott. Das habe ich damals gespielt, für mich ist das ja nicht. Ja, okay. Hattet ihr Spaß? Seid ihr gut vorangekommen? Wie gefällt dir The Forgotten City soweit? Extrem cool. Ich habe nur das Gefühl, dass ich viel zu schnell vorankomme. Weil ich habe vorhin angefangen, wie gesagt, und ja, siehst ja, wie weit wir gerade sind. Und ich habe Angst, dass es bald zu Ende ist, wenn ich ehrlich bin. Weil ich habe irgendwie mir als Ziel gesetzt, dass ich im Prinzip alle Spuren hier verfolge. Und das alles komplett löse einmal für mich. Und jetzt komme ich hier mit der Main Quest viel zu gut voran, finde ich. Wir hatten ihn eben noch konfrontiert und er hat dann erstmal preisgegeben, dass er sich an alles erinnern kann und alles. Und damit habe ich jetzt das Gefühl, dass ich mir da schon viel geblockt habe. Vor allem Duli ist zum Beispiel immer noch eingesperrt. Ja, keine Ahnung. Ja, und dann wurde jetzt einmal die Zeit zurückgedreht und ich dachte mir, dann befreie ich mal seine Tochter und schau, was passiert. Mhm. They asked me to figure out who was going to break the golden rule, knowing I would fail every time. Knew there was a way out and even locked up your own daughter to keep it a secret. Why? Das hat er ja schon mal erklärt, weil er alles so behalten wollte, wie es ist. Warum er seine Tochter dafür einsperren musste, weiß ich nicht. Vielleicht war die einfach zu anstrengend geworden. Bei 1 und 2 nur gesehen und Bioshock Infinite dann selber gespielt. Ich glaube, Infinite habe ich mal angefangen, weil das im PS Plus drin war oder irgendwie was. Auf PS3 habe ich das mal gehabt. Aber weit gespielt habe ich es nie. Und Bioshock 2 habe ich auch... Doch, ich glaube, Bioshock 2 habe ich mal durchgespielt. Aber 1 auf jeden Fall. Schau mal, ich setze mich mal still dazu. Mach das. Ich muss aber leider auch schon ins Bett. Das ist in Ordnung. Dann dir eine gute Nacht. Danke fürs Reinschauen. Dann jetzt viele direkt abgesprungen zu sein, wenn noch 4 da sind von den 15. Aber okay. Warum gibt es immer diese destruktiven Antworten, frage ich mich.
succeeded. Every soul who has ever found themselves here has broken the golden rule eventually. It is inevitable. Man will always sin sooner or later. Any idiot could tell you this, but where others might see tragedy, I saw opportunity. As I told you the first time we met, I found a way to cheat death. By reliving the same day over and over again forever. And I will continue living long after your dust. Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I have grown
Ja, okay, das haben wir
attached
schon
to
mal.
all this. My title, my
Erklärt aber nicht, warum er seine Tochter eingesperrt hat.
the sun on my face, the music of birds chirping. And as long as this day keeps repeating itself, I get to enjoy it all, over and over again, for eternity. Don't you see? I
Ja,
have
das
found a way to prolong my life indefinitely, to cheat death. I have become, in effect, as immortal as the gods. Can you honestly say you would not wish the same for yourself?
Ich bin mir noch nicht sicher, ob seine Tochter sich gerade so unterstützend hinter ihn stellt oder ob das ein Blick des Todes sein soll.
Do you really think you can take on a Decurion with that flimsy little bird? Who? Scintilla? Where is she?
I'm right here, Father.
Okay.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Come on, we have to go.
Wenn sie das kann, okay.
What's happening to you? That light, it's so bright.
Oh. Ups. Wie ist das denn zum... Stimmt. Ergibt alles Sinn. Und er lebt? Ach ja. Ja. Ist ja nie passiert jetzt alles. Ich glaube, ich habe ein Ende erreicht.
Well, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
So ein 3 gibt gar keinen Sinn, okay.
That's strange. I was just reading an old tablet I found here. Well, trying. My Latin is kind of rusty, but the last entry mentioned someone with the same name. It described an event about 2,000 years
Damals
ago.
lebte ein
Someone
Windflare.
with your name appeared in the city out of the shrine of Proserpina. Freed an imprisoned woman named Scintilla, who then murdered her captor, breaking some kind of ancient law. It said the attack caused golden statues to come alive, hunting down everyone in the city and turning them into gold. Apparently, the only person to survive was Scintilla, while the stranger disappeared in a flash of light.
Yeah, that definitely wasn't me.
What? You're saying you were here 2,000 years ago? I'm not sure I understand. I'm sorry, come again? Let me see that. God, why does this writing look so familiar? I've spent a lifetime in this place going around and around in circles. This is disturbing. But I don't understand how I could have written it. I'm not following. So you're saying, because a man from 2,000 years ago is dead, he never created a time portal, so I never went through it, and that's why I don't remember any of this. I guess you saved my life then, as well as helping that poor woman to escape. That's a lot to take in.
Ich möchte nochmal erwähnen, dass dadurch, dass das nie passiert ist, wir es auch nie verhindert haben.
Maybe we can escape through the same aqueduct Scintilla used, if we can find it.
Wenn dass wir noch hier drin sind. Ah, hier geht's weiter. Oh, wie wird denn hier jetzt raus? So. Ich stehe. Und er... Wo hat er die Bretter her? Wann hat er angefangen? Ach, whatever. Geh hier einfach.
I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else has ever lured into this temple.
Alright.
You go on ahead. I'll be there soon.
Hübsch ist es ja. Ach ja, Karen. Ich hab den Manager gefunden.
You're back. But you're alone. Does that mean you didn't find Al? Oh, what a relief. Thank you so much. I was beginning to think you'd both become trapped in there. Why don't you tell me what you discovered while we wait? Really? Sounds amazing. And did you... Oh, look! Here he comes. Al! It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The ruins of a long-forgotten city. And there was a tablet describing an event 2,000 years ago. Supposedly, the city was destroyed when a woman murdered a tyrant with the help of... well, my new friend here. I know how crazy that sounds.
Maybe not that crazy. That woman. I don't suppose her name was... Scintilla?
How could you... what?
She left a tablet of her own. I stumbled across it while I was waiting here. I think she meant for you to read it. Here, take a look.
I don't know what became of you, or if you'll ever read this, but I want you to know that I will never forget you, or what you did for me. It pains me that so many dear friends were not so fortunate. Ulpius, Cynthia, Lucretia, Horatius, Galerius, poor Dooley, and the others. But please understand, their blood is on my hands, not yours. I will live with the consequences of my actions, and all I can do is move forward, trying to show others the same compassion you showed me. I promise you that saving my life will not be for nothing. Scintilla.
No.
Sounds like you meant a lot to her. I'd love to hear your story, but first, you two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat and rest while I ferry you back to civilization?
Sounds good to me.
And you? Are you ready to go home?
The one that got away. Ending 2. Hm. Das heißt, Ending 1 hätte ich viel früher schon kriegen können. Und Ending 4 scheint dann noch extrem viel Story zu haben. Theoretisch, ja. Müsste man nur wissen, was man dafür tun müsste, ne? Hm. Aber ich habe ja generell auch noch die Möglichkeit, einen alten Spielstand zu laden. Am besten einen nach diesem blöden Palast. Und dann einfach nie die Tochter zu finden. Und zu schauen, wie das dann weiterläuft. Beziehungsweise ich hatte auch die Möglichkeit, habe ich ja gesehen, das ist dann wahrscheinlich Ending 3. Dass sie da oben rumgammeln, genau. Es ist sehr schön, dass sie hier mal Bilder reingepackt haben. Die Synchronsprecher, oder? Oder haben die sogar? Sind das Face Models gewesen? Interesting. Nee, was ich eben noch sagen wollte, ich kann ja auch die Story, nachdem ich ihn mit seiner Tochter konfrontierte, auch einfach nochmal weiterspielen. Da sollte ich dann ja auch noch in den Tempel gehen und mir die Hilfe der Götter besorgen und alles. Wobei ich mir da nicht vorstellen kann, dass das dann noch in Ending 4 ausarten könnte. Hätte ich nicht gedacht, dass ich das in nicht mal 6 Stunden schaffe. Ich habe ja von anderen gehört, die da viel länger brauchen. Mhm. Auf jeden Fall noch ein wenig was zu tun, wenn du magst. Definitiv. Ich weiß nicht, ob ich das heute mache, aber... Ja, ein bisschen machen wir noch. Du nicht? Nee, nee. Du ganz bestimmt nicht. Wie schneller machen? Nee, ich könnte es nur ganz skippen. Wie können denn da jetzt so viele Leute eigentlich auftauchen, wenn sie am Anfang geschrieben haben, die haben das zu viert gemacht? Lass dich in deiner Zeitschleife, falls du ihr je entkommen wirst. Bis zum nächsten Mal. Gute Nacht. Gute Nacht, Sasa. Danke fürs Dabeisein. Bis zum nächsten Mal. Dann war es halt nur eine Mod in Skyrim. Trotzdem stand da, das wurde innerhalb von, weiß nicht, 2 Jahren von 4 Leuten gemacht. Egal wie es entstanden ist. Warum sind die Credits jetzt so lang? Hat es sich aufgehangen? Oder muss ich skippen? Aha. Schauen wir doch mal. Das ist mein letzter manueller Save, den ich gemacht habe.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you...
Ja.
Oh, right.
Ist egal gerade. Sagt denn mein Goal. Divine Intervention könnt ihr machen. Right Point of Origin. Ach nee, das ist ja generell. Das hatte ich ja eben gemacht. Was könnte ich versuchen? Oder ich mache halt noch die Leads. Bei Divine Intervention.
Sisyphus, attack
Wollte ich auch mal
or pursue
checken.
the stone that always.
So, wo muss ich denn dafür hin? Du da.
That's
Hallo.
quite an impressive. A new face. Arve, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit?
What would I go about talking to whichever god is responsible for the golden rule?
Well, I suppose we'd first need to figure out which god that is. And I'm afraid even I don't know. Although I have my suspicions. This might sound like a strange question, but please, humor me. How did you find your way here?
Die Karen war das.
Karen, you say? And nothing about that name seemed odd to you?
An older name, but not uncommon where I'm from? Carries negative connotations where I'm from? That's that.
I see. I wonder if... No. I apologize. I don't mean to be cryptic. It's just that you've got me thinking. Have you spoken with any of the others about how they arrived here too?
Alle sehr
I really
ähnlich.
think you should. Go around and ask them what they remember and see if you notice any patterns. Good. Thank you. But please be careful. I just don't want to see what happened to Livia happen to you too. Up until a few weeks ago, she was a perfectly productive member of our little community, darning clothes and cutting hair. She was always so chatty, always seeking out newcomers and asking them where they were from and how they wound up here. And then, about a month ago, she suddenly changed. She withdrew, stopped working and became despondent, started muttering to herself. Galerius and I visited her to see how we could help, but she just looked at us with this haunted stare, called us bloodless shadows, and told us we were ignorant of some pattern. Look, it could be unrelated. Perhaps she simply fell ill. Or, as Galerius suggested, the weight of the Golden Rule was too much for her. But there is a small chance that she learned something, saw a pattern nobody else saw, and that it broke her. I just don't want to see that happen to you. So be careful, will you? Thank you. Now, go and follow the thread of truth through this labyrinth and come back.
Common threads. Okay.
Come back to me once you've acquainted yourself with the rest of our neighbors.
You okay? Könnte jetzt noch mal sie hier retten? Geht das schnell?
She need... What, Julia? Hopefully that...
Ja.
That you just and me in the mean.
Nur, dass ich das mal gemacht habe. Dann kann ich mir auch gleich mal ihre Story anhören.
I'm Lucretia, and I'm going to be straight with you. I'm not a physician. This is Nevia's clinic. I've just been filling in ever since she disappeared. I'm tired and out of my depth and miserable all the time. But I'd rather take this on myself than let one of you lot mess it up. My husband and I moved to Rome from Caesarea. He embraced the Roman way more than I would have liked and turned into an awful philanderer. I would have divorced him and demanded the return of my dowry, but I knew he would sooner have me killed than give me my right. So I waited for the right time to take what was mine and disappear. And then the fires came. As he prepared to evacuate our villa, I gathered our most precious belongings, coins and gemstones, and the moment his back was turned, I ran. I could barely see for the smoke, and the streets were full of people trampling each other. I ran for the river, like everyone else, and leapt in. The next thing I remember, I was waking up on a riverbank, not far from here. It's all right. Say what you will about this place. At least my fornicating husband will never find me. And while there's no shortage of snakes here, at least with the golden rule, they have to try to be discreet about it. Gladly. That's a shame.
Das reicht schon.
Thanks again for saving Julia's life. Apollo smiles upon you.
Weil das wäre ja auch erst der erste Thread, wenn ich das richtig verstehe. Wo ist hier denn hin überhaupt? Ich habe einfach keinen Marker. Toll. Bin ich auch noch nie lang gelaufen. Keine Ahnung, wo ich bin. Ach. Mhm. Ja. Oh, jetzt komme ich da ja auch einmal in diese Truhe dran. Wenn wir schon mal hier sind. Warum nicht? Treasure Hunter. Nicht meine Truhe, sondern Coin Pouch. So ein paar Paradoxe gibt es hier aber schon, ne? Im Spiel selbst. Ich habe zum Beispiel zweimal den Schlüssel für die Truhe in der Klinik da erhalten. Und auch zweimal das Geld, was sie durch ihren Deal da eingenommen haben.
It's a ghastly thing, is it not? How are you faring so far? Ah, another stoic, perhaps. We all need something to help us through times like these. We've all been where you are now. I remember when I first arrived. I used to lay awake at night contemplating the big questions. Why am I here? Is there a way out? What is the Golden Rule, and who or what is responsible for it? I still don't have any of the answers, I'm afraid. I don't think anybody does. But I'm happy to share with you what I've learned.
Manche Loots werden resettet, manche irgendwie nicht. Das ist komisch, indeed. Das meine ich nicht mal. Sondern ich habe in den Slums habe ich einmal diesen Schlüssel gefunden, mit dem ich dann die Truhe in der Klinik öffnen konnte. Also im Schrein von Apollo oder wie er heißt. Und als ich den Palast beendet hatte, hat mir die da drin auch diesen Schlüssel nochmal geschenkt, obwohl ich den schon hatte. Das war sehr komisch. Beziehungsweise die aus dem Pub, die ja, ich sag mal, diesen Deal organisiert hatte, wo die Leute dann quasi das Geld sich geliehen haben, um dann diesen Contract einzugehen und versklavt wurden, im Prinzip, ne? Das Geld habe ich einmal bei ihr gefunden und das Geld habe ich aber auch im Haus von den Leuten gefunden, die die versklavt haben. Also, weiß nicht. Komisch.
Here, in this place, the magistrate has me earning my keep by cleaning and pruning the gardens. It's not quite how I expected my life to go. I used to live in a lovely villa on the banks of the Tiber. I was even betrothed to a handsome young man from a prominent family. But long hours of menial labor for the good of the community has its own charms too, I suppose. Oh, much the same way as many of the others.
Mm-hmm.
When the fires came to Rome 7 months ago, my family and I fled for the Tiber, hoping to escape on a barge. We were among the fortunate ones with enough coins for passage, but unfortunately, there were a lot of desperate people, and they boarded before we could depart. A scuffle broke out, and I was pushed overboard. The last thing I remember was the water, rising up to hit my cheekbone. I woke up by the river, near that shrine, and stumbled across this place.
Wie alle anderen.
Oh, that's all right. I'm sure it's all part of God's plan for me. If you like. All right, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Orpheus, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life working for a man who treats me like an animal?
I know things are hard for you right now.
Ich finde
They're
immer
hard
noch
for
der
all of us.
total
We're all in this
komische
together, Ulpius.
Rückenmuskeln.
Please just think this through.
Komische Beute da.
Do this. It could be the sin that seals all of our fates. Is that what you want?
I'm sorry, but I just don't care anymore.
Please, Ulpius. Help him. If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. I don't know what to do. Thank you.
You... Well, you don't understand.
Warte mal schon mal.
If I... Oh, really? But we're still in... Really? You're... It's... Thank you.
So.
Thank you. I just... I'll go in...
Laufen wir ihm gleich mal hinterher. Weil wir können auch hier die Zipline nehmen, ne? Ah, ich bin schneller. Weiß nicht, habe ich nämlich auch noch nicht gesehen, wie die beiden sich wieder begegnen.
Julia! I'm so glad you didn't go through with it.
It wasn't for lack of trying. And now Malleolus is going to... Wait. Why do you look so happy?
We're free. Malleolus just released us and we never have to set foot in that villa again.
What?
Er hat nur das Geld genommen und ist damit direkt wieder zu ihr gelaufen. Der hat das noch gar nicht klar gemacht.
That's incredible. Oh, what a relief. I don't know what to say.
You don't need to say anything. Just rest up, get your strength back, and we'll celebrate properly when you're ready.
I will. Thank you, Ulpius. I will.
A golden bow, just like Apollo and Diana's.
Okay.
Ove.
Shalom. You mean where am I from and all that? Judea, originally. But when I was a child, I moved to Rome with my family. Romanized my name and spent most of my life in the Jewish district of Trans-Tiberim, across the Tiber from the main city. That's where I was when the fires broke out. Everyone was running toward the river and I, listening to my inner contrarian, ran the other way. Every road leading out of Rome was in chaos, full of people with all their belongings in carts and brigands preying on them. Several hours down the Appian Way, I saw another Jewish family being attacked by 3 opportunists. So I picked up a branch from the side of the road and went to defend them. I can only assume they got the better of me because the next thing I knew, I was waking up in a forest, by a river not far from here, with no memory of how I got there. It's strange though, because I still had my purse on me. Why would a robber knock me unconscious and throw me in a river, but not take my coins?
Good on you for risking your life to help others? Well, that's odd. Most of the others were in Rome before they woke up the forest, but you think you were several hours away?
You're right. I always just assumed the river carried me, but I'm not sure I was anywhere near the Tiber when I fell. I'm sure it'll all make sense if we ever get out of here.
Okay.
All right, friend. Thanks for the chat.
Ach ja. Okay.
Ave again. Did you find what you need? And did you notice anything? A pattern? Yes. I suppose that could be something. But then most of us do tend to carry coins on our person, don't we? What else?
Dann halt nicht.
That's true. I know I wasn't entirely sure how I wound up here. What else? Yes, I understand many of our friends were carried here by a river current. It's as I feared. I think I understand what poor Livia has been going through. You mentioned earlier, you met a young woman in the forest named Karen, yes? I see. And was this Karen by any chance wearing a hood?
Woody, nah dran.
Because I've seen her before. There's something I think you should see. I think you'd better follow me to the baths.
What? How could you know that? And
Ja,
why are you
übrigens,
talking to me
da
instead
war
of doing
was.
something about it? Please, go and stop him and come back to
Na
me
gut.
once we're no longer in danger.
Na gut, na gut.
Help! You
Ja.
thank. What?
Stop right there. Thank.
Ich finde das so gut. Dann geht er da tatsächlich rein, weil er denkt, da findet er die Person, die er sucht. Da sieht man von draußen, dass da niemand drin ist. Aber nun gut. Was ist eigentlich mit dir?
Name's Rufius. No idea what you're talking. Yes.
War fast ein bisschen laut.
You imbecile.
Oh
The
no.
many shall suffer
Oh no.
the sins of the one.
Ich habe doch gar nichts gemacht. Warum?
Everybody run! They're golems.
Ach Mann. Ich will jetzt auch mal ein bisschen schneller laufen. Na gut. Komm, dann kann ich ihn doch gleich hier. Ein Ulpius, dafür habe ich das Geld nicht. So leid es mir tut.
You, Tantalus, cannot catch the drops of...
Müsste sie ja jetzt hier runterkommen, genau.
That's quite an a new face. Well, this...
Ja.
Oh, you have? That... I see. Because I've... please.
Gut, dann sind wir schon mal wieder an dem Punkt. Aber bei ihm frage ich mich echt, wie ich das denn machen könnte, dass er ihn hier mal akzeptiert.
Ah, a new face. Nice to talk to you.
Kann ich ihm halt auch nicht mal sagen, wer es ist. Hey, hörst du mir gleich den Zusammenbruch wieder hören?
I was just doing what the new guy told me.
I don't understand. How did... Never mind. Thank you so much for...
Ja, das ist mal ein Zeichen. Leider habe ich sie aus den Augen gelassen. Und gleich verloren. Wo läuft sie denn so lang? Übrigens du?
Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked. How is it possible that you... Oh, of course.
Schade, man konnte ihn doch auch irgendwie noch dazu bewegen, dass er... Ah, da.
I've bounced the idea around once or twice, mainly as a way of getting Dooley set free. God knows Sentius is never going to do it. But from what I hear, Malleolus has the election stitched up. Nobody's going to take him on and win. And maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom, so I'm hoping if he's elected, he'll release Dooley from his cell. And that's good enough for me. Because Sentius put him there. Poor Dooley was just wandering around looking for some imaginary treasure. Now a magistrate accused him of being a thief.
Ja, er hätte wahrscheinlich fast die Tochter gefunden, ne?
Dooley's the most harmless man you'll ever meet. But Sentius really has it in for him, for some reason. Gladly. I've bounced the idea around once, but... And how could you know that? I mean, I don't like the man, but I don't see how you could know a thing like that. I suppose you're right.
Schade.
All right.
Dann muss ich vorerst mal sehen, wie der Malleolus die Dingens gewinnt. Die Wahl. Trotzdem, ich suche jemanden.
Golden bow, just like Apollo and Diana's.
Ja, grumble du nur. Hm. Keine Spur. Einfach weg. Ich habe übrigens auch schon, ja, man kann ja den Bogen neu aufnehmen, ne? Deswegen habe ich hier auch einen normalen Bogen und dann noch den Bogen.
Wonder how much one of these statues is worth on the outside.
Fear is proof of a degenerate mind.
Wie kommt es eigentlich, dass einige schon Gold sind und andere nicht? Ich meine, wenn die Regel gebrochen wird, dann werden doch alle vergoldet und nicht nur ein paar.
Salve, friend. Welcome. I. All right.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Orpheus.
That.
What?
Why do you. I'm.
Please help. Your life's
Yeah.
in. Are you really?
Ciao!
I see.
I'm out. Wherever you are. Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Orpheus, no! I can't believe he went. Well, I'll have. And I.
Okay. Great Temple door is locked. Toll. Jetzt finde ich die eine Person nicht, die ich brauche. Ist sie vielleicht einfach schon vorgegangen? Oh Mann.
Salve.
That's quite an impressive bow. I take it you've cleared the way to the baths?
Mhm.
Follow me, but don't follow too closely. We can't have people thinking we're bathing together.
Einfach Autofollow an und go. Sind wir da? Wir sind da.
All right, you're here. You were asking how I knew the young woman you met by the river was wearing a hood. Here, look down at the bottom of the baths. It's a little hard to make out in this light. If only we could see. Oh, what a marvelous lamp. But do you see it? Somebody waking up by a river in a forest to find a hooded figure with a coin. It's just as you described it, only your pronunciation is a little off. The name you heard wasn't Karen. It was C-H-A-R-O-N, as in Charon, the ferryman of the dead. Charon, who, in exchange for the right coin, helps the souls of the newly deceased cross the Styx, the river that separates the land of the living from the land of the dead.
When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, but all I found was some loose change. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
There are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. But on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were.
I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm so sorry. I take it you know what this means. I'm afraid so. It's all starting to make sense.
Mhm.
All these people whose last memory was running from the fires toward the river. It seems none of them escaped with their lives after all. Perhaps we should be grateful they don't remember their final moments. It also tells us that the Golden Rule is the work of Pluto, the god of the underworld, and why his epithet has always been Father of Riches. I know it's a lot to take in, and you look as if you have questions, so I'll try to answer them if I can.
Oh, ihr Dad. Ja. Das finde ich eine sehr gute Frage eigentlich. Why are there so few people in the underworld?
Good question. Let's see. In the stories, Charon would always require a coin as payment for passage across the river. But that never made any sense to me. What does an ancient immortal being need with coins? In our case, it seems Charon didn't take the coins we had. He or she merely checked we had one in our possession. So, maybe there's something special about the coins each of us had on us. That might explain why we wound up here, but so many others did not. No, I mean, I had my suspicions, especially after Livia's ramblings, but I would never have figured it out without your help, I promise you. That was my first thought too. In the old stories, the underworld was where the souls of the deceased were taken. But it was also possible for the living to reach it without dying, if they were particularly fearless. So I'm afraid I don't know. Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting you're not from here. If you were Roman, or even Greek, you would know these stories. Each of them is slightly different, whether the storyteller was Plato, Homer, Virgil, or Ovid. But they always involved the souls of the dead meeting a grim ferryman named Charon on the bank of a river. It was said that he'd help the new arrival cross, only if they could pay him with a coin, an obol. That's why it was once our custom to bury our loved ones with a coin in their mouths. Charon's obol, we called it. Of course, an obol was a kind of Greek coin, because we inherited this knowledge from the Greeks. To be fair, the ferryman isn't exactly as the poets described, and he, she, they seem to appear to different people in different guises. You say you saw a young woman named Karen with a hood, and I once heard Kabash mention a stranger in a ram headdress named Kerti, and Rufius described meeting a stranger named Kumut Tabal wearing an eagle headdress. But whatever form this stranger took, they were always wearing a hood of some sort, and their name always began with a K sound. I suspect the only way you'll solve this riddle is if your paths cross again. Now that we know where we are, we have to figure out what to do about it if we don't want to be cast into gold for eternity. We don't have much to go on, except the old stories. I remember 4 in particular about heroes in the underworld. Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter. Orpheus, a Thracian poet. Sisyphus, a king of Ephyra. And Aeneas, a Trojan hero. Hercules was able to leave the underworld because he cowed its god with his strength. Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded the goddess of the underworld, Proserpina, to help them escape. And finally, Aeneas was able to escape with the help of a spirit guide, who led him through a secret gate. So it seems you have 2 options: to confront the god of the underworld head-on, or find a way to escape with the help of Proserpina or some other guide.
Interesting. Aber ich will escapen.
As I mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus were said to have persuaded Proserpina to help them escape, and Aeneas was guided to the exit. The problem is, those are the stories of a poet, a self-aggrandizing king, and a brawler about their own heroic deeds, so they should be taken with a grain of salt. First, Proserpina. What we do know about her is, well, it's a grim tale. It's said the god of the underworld abducted and dragged her here against her will, forcing her into marriage. If the stories are true, then I suppose so. The problem is, how do we communicate with her without being noticed by her captor? Leaving that aside for a moment, there is also the possibility of a spirit guide. I don't suppose you've come across one of those in your travels? Truly? And you're only bringing this up now? Then again, I suppose you were worried I'd
Letztes Mal nicht so gut an.
Navia. Can you tell me more? Is it the same voice? What kinds of thing does it say? Fascinating. Perhaps she is a benevolent spirit. Or perhaps... Perhaps you're hearing the voice of Proserpina herself. If she has indeed been abducted, it would make sense for her to speak in cryptic whispers to avoid detection. Tell me, has she told you anything that might lead you to the way out? Truly? Then why are you still here? Ah, I see. Then it seems you have made a great sacrifice for all of us, friend. I admire your compassion. Truly, thank you. But unfortunately, I'm afraid your only other option will be to confront you-know-who. All Romans try to avoid saying it, and the reason is quite simple. He might hear us. You may refer to him as Pluto, if you wish, but you'll only be calling attention to yourself. Do so at your own peril. It's a reasonable question, but the problem is, this place is fairly well designed to keep us here. There's no way to climb up the shaft. And even if you could build a ladder big enough, just trying it would break the golden rule. We know that, thanks to the writings left behind by those who've tried.
Oder jemand hat das da hingeschrieben, damit man es nicht versucht.
Is everyone so blunt where you're from? Oh. That option would be the boldest, but also the only way to learn the truth about the Golden Rule, and maybe even put an end to it. As I said, Hercules managed to overpower the god of the underworld, but he was a demigod. Forgive my candor, but you are no Hercules. Are you telling me that you can? I won't pretend to understand exactly what that means, but if that's true, then perhaps you stand a chance. So, if you want to confront him, I'll help you as much as I can. Who knows? Perhaps your name will be uttered in the same sentence as Hercules one day. But first, you'd need an audience with you-know-who, and for that, you'll need to enter the great temple overlooking the city. The problem is,
Der ist da einfach drin, oder wie?
sealed shut for as long as I've lived here, and there doesn't even seem to be a keyhole. I suspect the answer lies in the desecrated obelisk in front of it. I'm not sure if you noticed, but there are 4 plaques missing from its base. It looks as though somebody, or a series of somebodies, forcibly removed them, and in doing so, dishonored and angered our divine keeper. If you could recover and replace all 4 of those missing plaques, I imagine he might be willing to receive an audience again. It's the towering stone monument with 4 sides and a pyramid-shaped head that stands before the great temple, a dedication to the god of this place. You'll find them all over Rome, but of course they were looted from Egypt many years ago. It seems one of them made its way here too, although how is a mystery. However, this one is unusual in that each of the 4 sides is decorated in a different style: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and another I don't recognize. That means you'll need to recover 4 different plaques: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and a 4th, a mystery plaque. Good question. To answer that, we first need to ask who would have defaced the obelisk in the first place. It would have had the god's name engraved into it, so it may be that whoever desecrated it wanted that name to be forgotten. And there's only one group of people I know of who might want to do that. There's a cult in Rome that often argued there is only one true god. Theirs, of course. They've been known to start fires, as well as deface religious monuments whose existence challenged their beliefs. If I were you, I'd go looking for them. Of course, they've all been in hiding since the fire last year, so finding them won't be easy. But I did hear a rumor they have a secret shrine somewhere in the city. Perhaps, if you could find that, you might be able to recover the Roman plaque.
Secret shrine.
I don't know. But perhaps you should begin your search with the local Greek fellow, Georgius. His store is in the forum.
Da kommt Dulli ins Spiel.
Perhaps Kabash, our Egyptian resident, would be able to tell us. Unfortunately, he disappeared weeks ago. but I did hear Aurelia is peddling rumors about him at the tavern, so perhaps you could talk to her, or just take a look in his room.
Das habe ich instant gefailt, weil...
I'm afraid you're on your own with that one, but perhaps the goddess will help guide you to it when the time is right. All right. I would suggest not discussing this with anyone. The best we can do for them is to let them remain oblivious for as long as possible. As for Livia, it seems she's been shouldering the weight of this terrible secret all this time. Perhaps it would comfort her to know she's not alone.
Ah, okay. That's Livia.
Time is of the essence, so you'd best begin. May Fortuna guide you. Although you may not need her with Proserpina on your side.
Yeah. Ja, wie nett. So, Livia, die wohnt ja irgendwie in diesem Höhlentrakt. Bleibt sich da irgendwo immer rum. Da hatte ich, glaube ich, auch ihr Zuhause schon gefunden, wenn man das so nennen kann. Wobei sie gerade dort ist. Okay.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls. But it does not notice the crowds that come. Say it. Speak its name. Then it is true. I was right. I thought I saw it, but when the rest of them could not, I kept thinking I must have gone insane. I had to tell myself it was true over and over again, until I wasn't sure if I was deceiving myself. I must apologize if my words seem cryptic. I found comfort in reciting the Metamorphoses by our great poet Ovid. He gives such an uncanny description of this place. I cannot help but wonder if he himself came here. Would you like to hear it?
Oh?
I will do my best to remember the relevant verse. There is a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions. The sluggish Styx exhales vapor, and by that way, the shadows of the newly dead descend, entombed with full rites, and the ghosts of those, at last, given proper burial. The wide, thorny waste is cold and pallid, and the newly arrived shades are ignorant of the road that leads to the Stygian city, where Black Dis has his cruel palace. As the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls, and is never too small for any populace, nor notices the crowds that come. There the bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives. And still others incur punishment. I hope I have done it justice, and now we share a secret. It's as if you've lifted a great burden from my shoulders. Thank you, friend. I think I should rest.
Oh, das war schon mit dem Lied. Na gut.
Friend, you have given me hope. May you follow in the footsteps of Hercules and return to the light of day.
Ups. Nein. Sorry. Das sind alles nur Leads. Muss ich dafür die anderen hier fertig haben? Warum auch immer ist das mit Aurelia sofort. Ich glaube, ich muss irgendwie in den Untergrund. Was gab es eigentlich hier dran? Da war da auch irgendwie. Da muss ich hier sogar hin. Bin ich auf dem richtigen Weg? Tatsache.
Come and join me by the fire. Welcome, welcome. May I ask your name? It's a sincere pleasure to meet you. Tell me, what brings you all the way down here? Ah, Kabash. I know this man. He came through here some weeks ago. I will tell you everything I know, but first, a request. I've been living down here alone for many years, with nobody to talk to but myself. The one thing I long for above all else before I die is a good philosophical argument with somebody astute. I'm hoping.
Weil das so erfüllend ist. Na gut.
Let us find out with
Geht um
this
das eine.
simple question. Have you deduced the name of the god responsible for the Golden Rule? Excellent. I see you are indeed quite astute. Very few come to that realization before their time in the sun is over. Now, will you join me in a friendly Socratic dialogue? Wonderful. Then let me begin with a question.
Dann mal
You
los.
say you know the difference between right and wrong. You are an overthinker too. We're the same then. It is probably why I became a philosopher. But
Ist halt
if you struggle with right and
eine
wrong,
Frage der
normally,
Perspektive.
then down here with the Golden Rule, surely your struggle can only have become more difficult. Well, that's reassuring. And the truth is, you're not alone. You see, out there in the world, being uncertain about right and wrong was acceptable, because our mistakes rarely had consequences. So we would tell lies and bend rules and turn a blind eye and rationalize, and yet still find a way to think of ourselves as good people. But under the Golden Rule, morality matters. The slightest wrongdoing could result in a mass execution. So to navigate this maze, we would have to be certain about the difference between right and wrong. Wouldn't you agree? So let me ask you this. Is there one system of morality which is always perfectly correct, which you could follow in every situation, and always do the right thing.
System of morality, which is always perfectly correct. Sag einfach mal ja, auch wenn mir keins einfällt.
Let me guess. Is it yours?
Nein.
And that's a credit to you. It is the mark of a civilized person to change their position when presented with a superior argument.
Wait, I want to change my answer.
My point is this. I don't think anyone alive truly knows any hard and fast rules about right and wrong.
Not sure about that. What about do not kill? Ja, da kommst du dann aber sofort in Bedrängnis, sobald sich die Frage auftut, einer oder Tausender. Na?
Surely you would agree there are circumstances where an exception may be made, such as where it is necessary for self-defense
Oder
to
sowas.
prevent a greater evil. For any rule, you can imagine there are countless situations in which that rule may be suspended, and those situations are impossible to codify. If there is one thing I have observed about rules, it is that virtuous people do not need them, and evil people will always find a way around them.
Und wofür hat man
And
sie
so we
dann?
must accept our limitations, and the sad truth that no human society will ever achieve the utopia for which it strives. In mathematics, we would call it an asymptote, a line that can be approached but never reached. Because the only way to create a utopia is with the ever-present threat of force, such as the Golden Rule. This and no other is the root from which a tyrant springs when he first appears as a protector. And life under tyranny is no utopia at all.
Tyranny ist ein starkes Wort an der Stelle, ne?
I'm glad to hear that. In any case, thank you for humoring an old man. I would be happy to answer your questions. I will tell you, but you may find him hostile. To prepare for your encounter, there are certain things you must know. Very few know this, but before the Romans came to this city, it was once entirely Greek. The architecture, the temples, and the people. When the Romans came, in typical fashion, they claimed it as their own, built over everything that could be built over, and renamed the things that could not. Thus, the Shrine of Persephone became the Shrine of Proserpina. And when they found an obelisk bearing the name Hades, they tore it off and replaced it with Pluto instead. And the city's dwindling Greek residents, witnessing this compulsive Roman conquest, decided to preserve what they could of their heritage. They gathered their art and valuables, secreted them away through the Temple of Demeter, and hid them here, out of reach of the Romans. However, there was one thing that always seemed out of place to me, and it is the very thing you seek. An even older plaque bearing an Egyptian inscription. We had no idea until years later, when the first of my friends began to die. As a result of their deaths, we began to dig catacombs branching off from this cavern to lay them to rest. We extended the tunnel so far that we accidentally discovered another, an even older tunnel, which somebody had gone to great lengths to keep hidden. Suddenly it made sense why there was an out-of-place Egyptian plaque among our people's possessions. You see, We proud Greeks had thought the Romans beasts for stealing and corrupting our heritage. But it turns out this game has been going on much longer than any of us imagined. I think it is best you head through the catacombs and follow Kabash's trail. There are certain things you must see for yourself.
Okay.
This key, you'll need it to open the gate.
Okay.
I enjoyed our chat, but please, keep my presence here a secret, yes?
Okay, ich würde sagen, die Katakomben machen wir noch. Danach würde ich den Stream beenden wollen. Wenn es spät wird. Ich bin so Project Zero gewöhnt, dass ich hier Warped Corpse gelesen habe und nicht Wrapped Corpse. Oh Mann. Die ist leider... Nein, ein Glück ist sie nur eingewickelt und nicht verdreht, verzerrt, wie auch immer. Okay. Anybody there? Locked from the other side, aber ich kann durchgucken. Ein bisschen jedenfalls. Oh, hallo. Das... Wow. Das ist definitiv ägyptischer Baustil. Das müsste man können. Oh Gott. Warum sind die denn schon vergoldet? Was soll denn das? Ich hoffe, das waren alle hier. Ich höre mehr. Hier. Hänge fest. Nein, okay, so. Okay. Das heißt, die lebten damals an diesem Ort. Unter der goldenen Regel. Das ist nicht hier nur versteckt, sondern das war deren Unterwelt quasi. Nur interessant, wie kommt denn sowas zustande?
Stop. Do not come any closer. Who are you? I am Kabash. And let me guess.
Loot.
Another Greek or Roman come to loot and plunder the resting place of my ancestors, To what end? That is welcome news. You really are not Greek or Roman, are you? I was planning to return it myself, but for now, I must remain. Here, take it, and restore the honor of Osiris.
Oh, die ist aber fancy. Auch mit den Reflexionen dazu. Wow. Sieht schon geil aus.
Now, as for the other plaque. Indeed, I have it right here. I stumbled across a collection of dusty curiosities while searching for a place to hide from the hungry children of Amit, and there it was. You may not. In fact, I am about to destroy it.
Das ist ja doof.
Because it speaks a treacherous, blasphemous lie. I will tell you, but first, do you know what this place is? Indeed, and I see you know our history. This is the Duat. See what has become of it. I have been down here for weeks, piecing together its story, and here is what I have learned. As Egypt declined and the Greeks had their turn to flourish, their souls came here in great numbers. But instead of adopting our ways, they copied and corrupted them. When they found the obelisk bearing the name Osiris, the true god of the underworld, they desecrated it, removing his name and replacing it with Hades. Even the ferryman of the dead, known to my people long before as Kerti, they renamed to Keron. As if that desecration was not enough, they built over this place, using it as the foundation for their own underworld, so that ours was forgotten. My only solace is that the Greeks then suffered the same fate when the Romans rose to power, renaming Hades to Pluto, and the cycle began anew. I am glad to hear it, which brings me to this other, fourth plaque. It is inscribed with a script I do not recognize, but it is ancient, almost as if it is older than the plaque bearing Osiris's name. But if that is so, it would imply the gods of Egypt are mere imitations too, copied and corrupted from an ancient people who prospered even before us. And that my people did to them what the Greeks and Romans did to us. But this, I cannot accept. I sense a deception. Perhaps it is the work of Set, the usurper, seeking to undermine Osiris once more.
If you give it to me, I destroy it for you. Ach, das bringt doch nichts.
You will never know. This work of sacrilege must be destroyed, thrown into the black abyss below in Osiris's name. You are too late. It is done.
Venture beneath the Egyptian underworld.
You would plunge into the depths of the Duat with no way back up. Madness. If it will help you to see reason, then ask. I do not know. What could possibly lie beneath the underworld? Perhaps it is infinite darkness. Perhaps it is the lair of Amit. the devourer of souls.
Ist doch der Ausgang.
All I know is it would be unwise to venture down there. Is everyone so contrary where you are from? Do not even consider it. Good. Be gone from this place. Wait. You are planning to go down there. I see it in your eyes. You would plunge into the depths of the Duat with no way back up. Madness.
Wir drehen uns ein bisschen im Kreis, ne?
We shall see.
Und das Spiel speichert schon mal. Mach schon mal einen an. Ärger. The Fierce One. Hier gibt es sehr goldene Leute. Da bin ich ja mal gespannt, welcher Religion das zuzuordnen ist. Ranger, heed the final words of Namkuzu. Bear witness to our aftermath and lament us. We did our best to live as the gods commanded. We planted and harvested together. We shared bread and beer. We accepted newcomers with open arms as a family. But with each newcomer, the bonds of our family strained. And soon we were strangers to each other. And when those bonds were finally broken, my brothers and sisters planted only for themselves and ate and drank alone. And it was there, in the empty space between us, that sin took root. Nergals, oder Nurgles, ich weiß es nicht, sentinels have awoken and clamor at our barricades, learn from our keine next page. Takes, wahrscheinlich. Mistakes. Corroded brass plate with Sumerian markings on it. Appears to be a pressure plate for some kind of trap. Nein, sie sind kaputt gegangen. Meinten das ganz literally mit den Barrikaden. Bin neugierig. Was passiert denn? Hey. Mögen wir das oder ja nicht? Ich kann es nicht einschätzen. Gibt uns das Zeitdruck? Oder läuft es irgendwann so voll, dass wir einfach wieder oben rausschwimmen können?
When I told you that you would not find a way back up, that was not a prediction. That was a promise. You will die here. I disagree. I warned you against coming down here, against perpetuating this sacrilege. But you persisted. You have undermined and dishonored the true god of the underworld. How did you think this would end, if not with bloodshed? Very well, I will listen. But if I sense deception, or if you further insult my gods, I will carry out my threat. So tell me, why should I let you live after you salvaged this instrument of blasphemy?
Something can be destroyed by the truth. It deserves to be destroyed by the truth. There's no shame in building on the works of people who came before you. You're just trying to replace all the plaques taken from the desecrated obelisk.
Then you admit it. You wish to destroy the sacred beliefs of my people. I will not allow this. Many of my ancestors endured great hardship
Hört
to
doch nur,
live
was hören
good
will.
lives, so that we may descend to the Duat in death and be judged accordingly. We prepare to have our hearts weighed on Anubis' scales and to swear ourselves innocent of sin before the 42 assessors of Ma'at. And yet, I arrive here to find the Book of the Dead contained only a seed of truth. And now, I ask myself, did our priests steal and embellish the stories of an older people and feed us lies all our lives simply to trick us into obedience? I am not sure I follow. Speak plainly.
Even if your beliefs about the afterlife weren't quite accurate, isn't the important thing they motivated you to live good lives? And if you were good in life because you expected a reward, were you really a good person?
Perhaps there is some truth in that. What is your point?
Are you going to abandon a lifetime of good character now that it matters most, just because you found out you were misled?
You are persuasive. Very well. I will let you live, and you may do what you will with that plaque. I will remain here for a while, and attempt to learn what I can about the foundations of my people's beliefs. Go.
Was ist das für eine Falle? Okay. Das ist alles sehr komisch. Das trifft doch niemanden. Oh, aber wir haben steigendes Wasser. Nimble. Steigt das denn jetzt? Oh ja. Okay. Yay, Licht. Ah, okay, jetzt sind wir hier. Verstehe. Konnte der die Tür denn öffnen? Die war von der anderen Seite versperrt. Gut.
Ah, you've returned.
Yes. Rejoice. For I have
Good to see
returned.
you again, friend. Did you find what you need? I enjoyed our
Ja, drauf, danke. Das war mal ein Trip. Gut. Aber ich würde sagen, das reicht dann für heute. Dann danke ich vielmals fürs Zuschauen, fürs dabei sein, fürs auch dabei bleiben, nachdem ihr rüber geratet seid. Jedenfalls die paar, die noch da sind. Und ich würde vorschlagen, wir raiden noch den New Phoenix. Der spielt Genshin Impact. Allerdings auf Englisch. Könnte aber Deutsch, im Notfall. Also, ja, warum nicht, ne? So. Ja, dann nochmal vielen Dank und man sieht sich. Schlaf gut.